Sleep matters.
The smile that hides a lie. Imagine you walk into a room and someone smiles at you. It looks warm. It looks genuine. But something feels slightly off. You don't know why, but you feel a twinge of discomfort, like a sound that is just a little out of tune. That smile, you realize later, was not an invitation. It was a mask. We are trained from a young age to read smiles as signals of safety. A smile means approval. A smile means friendliness. A smile means yes. But sometimes it is none of those things. Sometimes a smile is a shield. Sometimes it is a smokescreen. Sometimes it is the beginning of a manipulation. Smiles are not just social cues. They are tools. Weapons, traps. A person can smile while they lie. A person can smile while they deceive. A person can smile while they silently hope for your failure. And the more practiced the smile, the harder it is to detect what hides beneath it. Psychologists have studied the way people smile in high-stress situations, in negotiations, in moments of power imbalance, in betrayal. They found that the smile can be used to cover guilt, to cover dominance, and sometimes even to cover contempt. It becomes a camouflage. And like all good camouflage, it works best when it looks completely natural. You might think you can tell a fake smile from a real one, but the truth is even more subtle. Most fake smiles are not made with intention. They are made with habit. People have learned how to simulate sincerity so well that even they believe it while doing it. The muscles around the eyes tighten just enough. The corners of the lips lift just right. The voice softens. The energy feels right. But underneath it all, the intent is still hidden. And this is the trap. Because when we receive a smile, our brain lowers its guard. It gives benefit of doubt. It trusts. And this trust can be exploited. In relationships, in business, in politics, in everyday life. That hidden lie becomes a seed that grows only after you have already said yes. This does not mean you must become cynical. It means you must become aware. A smile should not be trusted just because it exists. It must be read in context. You must listen to the energy, the history, the eyes, the patterns. Does the smile match the moment? Does it match the person's behavior when no one is watching? A smile that hides a lie is not a rare thing. It is an everyday thing. But it only works on those who see the surface and not the source. So begin to look deeper. Begin to notice the smiles that come too quickly, the ones that follow too soon after discomfort, the ones that accompany words that sound sweet but feel strange. There is wisdom in pausing, in waiting, in seeing what follows the smile, because a lie may wear a smile, but the truth always wears time, the confidence that crumbles when watched. Picture this. A man stands on stage. He is calm, composed. His voice is steady. His hands relaxed. He is explaining an idea, and then someone in the audience starts staring too hard. A question is asked. His eyes flicker. His throat tightens. His next sentence stumbles. What you are witnessing is not a mistake. It is a collapse. Confidence is a fragile illusion. It often exists only when it is unobserved. It is a dance that flows until the spotlight freezes it. The moment attention becomes pressure, the mask begins to slip. And when that pressure comes from judgment, the crumble begins. This is the paradox of self-assurance. Many people appear confident not because they are, but because they are unchallenged. They move like experts in controlled settings, in predictable routines. But take away the routine, add an unexpected gaze, a probing question, a raised eyebrow, and suddenly the foundation shakes. This happens not because the person is weak, but because true confidence is not what most people think. It is not loud, it is not smooth, it is not perfect. It is silent, it is rooted, and it does not need the approval of others to stay alive. What most people call confidence is often performance, rehearsed tones, practiced gestures, learned charisma. But the moment someone watches too closely, the performance starts to fray, because it was not real. It was borrowed. It was built from feedback, not from self-trust. The human mind has a reflex. When we feel we are being watched, we start to edit ourselves. We become observers of our own behavior. This makes us hesitant, self-conscious, divided. Our attention splits. And when attention splits, performance collapses. You may have felt this before. Speaking fluently alone, but stuttering in a meeting. Walking freely until you notice someone behind you. Laughing naturally until the camera turns on. What changes is not your ability. What changes is the lens. So how do you overcome this? The answer is not to avoid being watched. The answer is to stop needing the watching to define you. To build an inner voice that whispers louder than the eyes around you. To train in silence. To fall in love with the uncomfortable gaze. To welcome it, and to keep walking. Confidence that crumbles when watched was never yours. It was an echo of the room. Real confidence does not shatter under eyes. It sharpens. The yes that means no. Think of a moment when someone said yes, but you felt something different. Maybe it was in their eyes. Maybe it was in their pause. Maybe it was in the way their body turned slightly away. You heard the word yes, but something in you said no. This is the trap of misaligned communication. The yes that means no is one of the most dangerous phrases in human interaction. Not because it is loud, but because it is silent. People say yes for many reasons. To avoid conflict, to gain approval, to end a conversation, to please, to manipulate, and sometimes simply because they don't know how to say no. But the real answer always lives under the word, not within it. This trap grows strongest in relationships, friendships, teams, partnerships. A yes that hides a no is a promise made with hesitation. It becomes a seed of resentment, a quiet dissonance that grows in the background. It turns into avoidance, discomfort, distance, and often no one knows why. The person who said yes feels misunderstood, trapped, and the person who heard yes feels betrayed, confused. This creates a loop. Expectations rise, resentment builds, until one day the unspoken no becomes a loud collapse. Psychologically, this happens because many people are taught to prioritize harmony over honesty. We are trained to avoid being difficult, to be polite, but in doing so, we forget the cost of false agreement. Every yes that is not real becomes a slow lie. A lie not only to others, but to the self. Learning to hear the no behind a yes is a skill. It requires attention, empathy, listening to the hesitation, the lack of energy, the delay before answering. It means watching for micro-expressions, for sighs, for the way someone says yes with their lips but no with their body. And more importantly, it requires courage to ask again, to say, "Are you sure? Do you mean it?" You don't have to agree. You can tell me the truth. That invitation can break the trap. It can allow the other person to breathe, to be honest, to be seen. And for yourself, it means building the strength to say no when you mean no, without apology, without guilt, because every true no protects your true yes. Every no you honor creates a space where your yes becomes a real offering, not a performance. The yes that means no is not just a phrase. It is a fracture, one that grows in silence, until you replace it with truth. The memory you didn't make. Imagine waking up one morning with a vivid memory in your head. You see a childhood scene, a moment of laughter in a sunlit garden, your hand holding a red balloon, a voice calling your name with joy. You feel warmth in your chest. It feels real. But then someone tells you it never happened. Your family says it is not true. There is no photo, no balloon, no garden. You sit with the feeling that something so real may not be yours at all. This is the strange phenomenon of a memory you did not make. Our minds are not perfect archives. They are more like artists with poor eyesight and vivid imagination. What we remember is not always what we lived. Sometimes it is what we were told. Sometimes it is what we wanted to happen. Sometimes it is what we feared the most. The mind stores memory in fragments, sounds, smells, feelings, moments. When you recall something, your brain tries to piece those fragments together. But the pieces do not always come from the same puzzle. Some pieces are borrowed from stories. Some are picked up from movies. Some come from dreams. Over time, the brain edits and rearranges those moments. It colors in the gaps. It adds details that were never there. This becomes more dangerous when someone tells you what happened. A parent repeating an old tale. A friend reminding you of something you did not do. If you hear it enough, your mind starts to believe it. The repetition becomes memory. The suggestion becomes truth. This is how false memories are born. Studies show that people can be made to believe they were lost in a mall as a child. They will describe the smell of popcorn, the way their heart pounded, the feeling of fear, but it never happened. The details are convincing, but the memory is fake. The brain does not always care about truth. It cares about meaning. It wants to make sense of things, even if it has to lie. Now, think about what this means for your identity. If some memories are not yours, then who are you? If you remember things that never happened, how much of you is real? This is where the trap begins. You may hold guilt for something you never did. You may feel love for someone who only exists in a memory you borrowed. You may shape your decisions based on a past that never belonged to you. The memory you did not make can control your emotions. It can influence your choices. It can live inside you like a ghost. And yet, you will defend it. Because to question it would be to question your entire story. So, how do you free yourself? It starts by noticing. Question the memories that come too perfectly. Be curious about the details that feel out of place. And most of all, accept that your mind is not a perfect narrator. It tells stories, not facts. It builds images, not reality. And that is not a weakness. It is a doorway. When you understand this, you can rewrite your past. Not with lies, but with clarity. You can choose which memories to feed and which to leave behind. You are not the sum of everything that happened to you. You are the author of what those things mean. And sometimes, letting go of the memory you did not make is the first step to becoming who you really are. The truth that controls you. Picture this. You find out a secret. A small truth. Maybe someone close to you lied. Or maybe a belief you held for years turns out to be false. It is just a fact. But suddenly, your world shifts. You cannot stop thinking about it. It starts to color everything you see. It creeps into your thoughts when you wake up. It whispers in the background when you talk. It is no longer just information. It is a presence. It has power over you. This is the truth that controls you. Not because it is loud, not because it is big, but because it hits something deep, something hidden. The most powerful truths are not always hidden in vaults. They are right in front of you. They just never fully entered your awareness. Until they do. And when they do, they can grip you in strange ways. A truth can make you angry. Not because it is new, but because it makes you feel foolish. A truth can make you sad. Not because it is heavy, but because it changes how you see someone you loved. And a truth can make you freeze. Because now you know something, and you cannot go back. Sometimes the truth that controls you is about the world. Sometimes it is about yourself. Maybe you finally admit you are not happy. Maybe you realize you are pretending. Maybe you discover that the thing you have been chasing is not what you want. And now this small truth holds the strings. It pulls your thoughts. It pulls your actions. It decides what you avoid. It decides what you do not say. The trap is not in knowing the truth. It is in fearing what the truth demands from you. Because truth often asks you to change. And change is uncomfortable. Change asks you to let go of old roles, old dreams, old lies. So what do people do? They avoid it. They distract themselves. They numb the feeling. They turn away. But the truth stays. It does not fade. It waits. The real escape is not in forgetting. It is in turning toward it. Gently. You do not have to act right away. You just have to sit with it. Let the truth show itself without panic, without judgment. Ask what it wants to teach. Ask where it wants to lead. And you will notice something. The truth that controls you only has power when you resist it. When you stop resisting, it becomes lighter. It becomes a guide. Some truths hurt, but they hurt in a way that frees you. Like a splinter being removed. Like a wound being cleaned. It stings, but it heals. The truth is not your enemy. It is your mirror. When you stop running from it, it will stop chasing you. The compliment that weakens? Imagine someone tells you that you are brilliant. They smile. Their words are sweet. It feels good. You nod, maybe say thank you. But something shifts inside. You begin to wonder, do they expect you to always be brilliant? What if next time you fail? What if you cannot live up to it? What if this praise becomes a cage? This is the compliment that weakens. Not because it is fake, not because it is mean, but because it builds a story you feel pressured to maintain. Compliments are supposed to uplift, but when they attach your worth to a fixed image, they start to bind you. If someone says you are strong, you may begin to hide your struggles. If someone says you are kind, you may feel guilt for setting boundaries. If someone says you are smart, you may fear asking questions. The trap is not in receiving praise. The trap is in attaching your identity to that praise. It becomes a performance. You start to play a role. You fear being anything less than the compliment. Over time, this leads to anxiety, because now every action is weighed. Every failure feels like exposure. Every moment of doubt feels like betrayal. Even worse, you might start to seek more compliments just to feel okay. You become addicted to external approval. Your self-worth hangs on words you cannot control. This happens often with children. A child who is always praised for being quiet may suppress their voice. A child who is told they are gifted may fear trying new things. Because if they fail, the image breaks. The solution is not to reject compliments. It is to receive them without building walls around them. Hear the kind words. Feel the warmth, but do not hold them like armor. Let them pass through you. Remember that your worth is not in being strong all the time, or smart, or kind. Your worth is in being real, in growing, in learning, in changing. True confidence is not the absence of doubt. It is the courage to be imperfect without shame. It is the ability to hear a compliment and not let it shape your prison. And sometimes, the most powerful compliment is the one you give yourself, quietly, with no need for proof, no audience. Just a soft voice inside saying, I am enough. The mirror that doubts itself. Imagine you are standing in front of a mirror. You expect it to reflect you back clearly, but something is different. The mirror hesitates. It flickers. It shifts ever so slightly, and you begin to wonder if what you are seeing is really you. You blink. The reflection seems to blink slower. You smile. It smiles a second too late. You are looking at yourself, but something about the image makes you question your own reality. This is what it feels like when the self begins to doubt its own reflection. We often believe that the mind functions like a perfect mirror, that it simply reflects what is, that it shows us who we are without distortion. But the truth is, our inner mirror is rarely still. It trembles with memory. It tilts with fear. It blurs with expectation. And sometimes, it begins to doubt what it sees. Self-doubt does not always arrive as a scream. Often, it shows up as a whisper, a small crack in the reflection, a moment of hesitation when you thought you knew who you were. It comes when you do something you always do and suddenly it feels strange. It comes when you hear your voice on a recording and feel like it belongs to someone else. It comes when your own thoughts feel unfamiliar, like they are being narrated by a stranger. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, but it goes deeper than a clash of beliefs. It is a fracture in identity, a moment when the mirror forgets how to be a mirror. And once that happens, the image you trust begins to fragment. This can happen after failure, after betrayal, after a decision that surprises even you. It can happen when you are praised for something you do not feel you deserve, or when you are blamed for something that does not feel like your fault. The mirror starts asking, "Who am I really?" What follows is confusion, paralysis, a sudden uncertainty about how to move, what to choose, what to feel, because the thing you always counted on to guide you has turned into a question. But here is the twist. The mirror that doubts itself is not broken. It is becoming conscious. It is realizing that it is not just a passive reflection, that it has shape, that it has edges, that it has been shaped by time, by others, by culture, by trauma, by stories you did not write. And in that moment of doubt, there is also an opportunity, a chance to clean the glass, to wipe away the dust of old beliefs, to notice the fingerprints of people who told you who to be, to look not just at the image but at the mirror itself. Most people fear doubt. They think it means weakness. But doubt is often the beginning of truth. The mirror that doubts itself is not malfunctioning. It is evolving. It is starting to see itself. And from that awareness comes clarity. You do not need to destroy the mirror. You only need to be patient with it, to let it adjust, to watch what it shows without judgment. And over time, a clearer image will return. One that is not just a reflection of the world, but a reflection of your will. The mirror that doubts itself does not betray you. It invites you to meet yourself again. The logic that loops forever. Picture a man trying to solve a puzzle. He is deep in thought. He finds a pattern. He follows it. It leads him to a conclusion. But then he questions that conclusion. It contradicts another rule. So he circles back, adjusts, tries again. He finds a new answer. But this answer makes the first one wrong. So he returns to the beginning, and before long, he is trapped. Not by the puzzle, but by the very logic he trusted to solve it. This is the mind caught in an endless loop. Logic is supposed to free us. It is supposed to bring clarity, order, truth. But when logic begins to contradict itself, it becomes a cage. A beautifully constructed cage, with doors that lead only to other doors. A loop that feels like progress but never ends. We have all experienced this in some way, thinking so hard about a choice that we become paralyzed, overanalyzing every word in a conversation until we no longer know what was meant, trying to explain our feelings with such precision that we lose touch with the feeling itself. This is not clarity. This is exhaustion. And it happens because the mind seeks certainty. But the world is built on uncertainty. Logic can describe, but it cannot explain everything. It can guide, but it cannot always decide. And when we try to make it decide what it was never meant to, the loop begins. In philosophy, this is known as infinite regress, a question that leads to another question, a justification that needs another justification, a reasoning that never reaches rest. It is like trying to walk to the horizon. The closer you get, the farther it moves. The danger is not just that we get stuck. It is that we start mistaking movement for meaning, that we believe we are making progress when we are only going in circles, that we start trusting complexity more than clarity. But the solution is not to reject logic. It is to know its place. Logic is a tool, not a truth. It is a method, not a master. Sometimes the most logical thing to do is to stop thinking and act, to choose, to feel, to listen, to rest. There is a wisdom beyond the loop, a knowing that comes not from proving, but from perceiving. And that wisdom often appears when the logic exhausts itself, when the loop tires, when the questions run out. Then something quieter speaks. The logic that loops forever is not a flaw. It is a mirror of the mind's hunger. But not all hunger leads to nourishment, and not all answers live inside the loop. Sometimes, to escape the loop, you must step outside the mind. The thought that bites back. Imagine you have a thought. It is small, harmless. It passes through your mind like a breeze. But then it returns. You notice it again. This time, it feels heavier. You try to ignore it, but it grows. It sharpens. It begins to echo. You push it away, but now it is everywhere. It follows you. It waits in silence. And the more you try to forget it, the louder it screams. This is the thought that bites back. The human mind is a field. Thoughts are seeds. Most pass without planting, but some take root, especially the ones we resist. Because the act of resistance is also an act of attention, and attention feeds the very thing we wish to starve. A thought becomes dangerous when it turns into a loop, when it attaches itself to emotion, when it begins to whisper not just what is, but what might be, what could have been, what should have been, what must never be. These thoughts do not knock politely. They break in. They rearrange furniture. They speak in your voice, and they convince you they belong. Intrusive thoughts, rumination, cognitive distortions. Whatever the name, the effect is the same. A single idea becomes a storm. It colors perception. It hijacks focus. It alters memory. And worst of all, it often feels true simply because it is familiar. The trap here is the reaction. Most people try to fight the thought, to argue with it, to suppress it. But the more you fight it, the stronger it becomes. Because the mind believes that what you fight must be important. Instead, the way forward is acknowledgement, not agreement, just presence. To say, there you are, I see you. You are just a thought, and I do not need to believe you. This is the essence of cognitive detachment. To hold the thought without being held by it. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which thoughts occur. Some will pass through gently. Others will scream. But none of them define you unless you invite them to stay. The thought that bites back is not evil. It is not even real. It is just a pattern, a signal, a glitch in the system. And once you stop giving it teeth, it stops biting. Let it come. Let it go. Let it be. And watch how silence returns. The question with no exit. Imagine sitting in a quiet room, asking yourself something that should have an answer. A simple why. Why did they leave? Why did I do it? Why can't I move on? But instead of getting a reply, your mind circles the question over and over again. The more you try to solve it, the deeper it drags you in. It feels like you are solving a puzzle. But every time you think you are close, the pieces change. That is the question with no exit. Some questions are not meant to be answered. Not because they are not important, but because they are traps disguised as thought. They appear reasonable, like they are leading somewhere. But they only take you in loops. They keep your mind active while keeping your life still. You feel like you are doing something, but you are only thinking. The question with no exit feeds on your attention. It grows stronger the more you return to it. It makes you believe that just one more thought will bring clarity. One more late-night reflection. One more conversation replayed. One more memory examined. But it never comes. The real danger is not in the question. It is in what the question hides. Often, these questions come from pain. But instead of feeling the pain, you think about it. You try to reason with it. You try to make it neat. You want it to make sense. But some pain does not want answers. It wants space. You may ask why someone hurt you, but the real pain is that they did. You may ask why you failed, but the real pain is facing the fear that maybe you are not enough. So the mind creates a question to avoid the feeling. It becomes a maze, a mental loop that keeps you busy but far from healing. Think about how much energy this question takes, how many days it has stolen, how many moments it has filled with silence. The more you chase the answer, the more you lose your sense of peace. And the hardest part is that the question can feel like a part of your identity. Without it, who are you? What would you do if you stopped asking? This is the moment where something can shift. Instead of asking the question again, try something new. Ask yourself what the question is protecting. What feeling is it keeping you from? Sit quietly with that feeling. Let it exist without solving it. Let the question float without chasing it. You are not weak for not having the answer. You are not broken because your thoughts are stuck. You are human. And sometimes the strongest thing you can do is stop running in circles. You can sit in the center of the maze and say, I do not need to solve this. I only need to feel this. Eventually, you will notice something strange. When you stop needing an exit, you stop being trapped. The fear that feels like desire. Picture this. You see something you want. A job. A person. A future. It sparks something inside you. It feels like desire. Like hunger. Like a calling. You reach for it. But as you move closer, you feel something else. Not excitement. Not joy. But fear. A tightness in your chest. A second thought. A hesitation. This is not just fear. It is the fear that feels like desire. A confusing blend that pulls you and pushes you at the same time. It whispers that you need it, but also that it might destroy you. This happens more often than we realize. The line between fear and desire is thin. Sometimes we chase things not because we truly want them, but because they represent something deeper. Approval, validation, power, escape. We think we desire the thing, but we are really trying to quiet a fear underneath. A person may fall in love with someone who feels like home, but sometimes it is not love. It is a craving to be needed, to be saved, to be seen. That is not desire. That is fear in disguise. You may push yourself to succeed. Work hard. Stay busy. But not because you love the work. You are afraid of stillness, afraid of being forgotten. That drive is not ambition. It is anxiety wearing a mask. The fear that feels like desire can lead you down long roads. It can keep you in relationships that drain you. It can push you into lives that are full on the outside and empty on the inside. And the most dangerous part is that you may not know until much later. To escape this trap, you must learn to pause. Before chasing something, ask yourself not just what you want, but why you want it. Ask what would happen if you did not get it. Ask what feeling comes up when you imagine walking away. Fear speaks in urgency. It says now. It says or else. It makes you feel like the moment is everything. Desire, when real, feels open. It feels quiet. It feels free. You can tell the difference if you listen closely. Real desire expands you. It brings lightness. False desire, driven by fear, creates tightness. It makes you feel small unless you get it. That is not the kind of life you want. You deserve to move toward things that bring you peace, not panic. Toward people who make you feel safe, not anxious. Toward goals that nourish you, not drain you. You do not have to chase every fire. Some fires only burn. And some dreams are only fears dressed in golden clothes. When you see this, you can choose better. Not louder, not faster, just better. The trust that turns to chains. Picture this moment. You meet someone who makes you feel seen. You open up. You share. You believe. Slowly, trust is built. Walls come down. You give them your attention, your time, your care. At first, it feels like freedom. But then something shifts. The trust starts to become something else. A need. A burden. A chain. This is the trap of trust, when it turns into something that holds you instead of supports you. Not all trust is healthy. Some trust becomes dependency. It makes you afraid to disappoint, afraid to leave, afraid to be yourself. You may find yourself doing things you do not want to do, just to keep the peace. Saying yes when your body says no. Smiling when your heart feels tired. This is not love. This is not loyalty. This is fear born from trust. The deeper the trust, the more we fear losing it. And that fear can make us silent. It can make us forget who we are. We shrink to stay close. We agree to stay safe. Sometimes the person you trust uses it against you. They remind you of what you shared. They hold your past like a weapon. They say things like, "You owe me," or "After everything I've done for you." And slowly, what was once connection becomes control. But trust is not supposed to feel like that. Trust, when real, should give space. It should allow mistakes. It should make room for growth. When it becomes a chain, it is time to look again. Not to cut the connection, but to loosen the grip. To ask, is this helping me grow, or is it holding me in place? You can still love someone and reclaim your voice. You can still care and set boundaries. Trust does not mean giving yourself away. It means standing beside someone, not beneath them. If someone gets angry when you change, they were not loving you. They were loving who you were when you were easy to control. It is okay to evolve. It is okay to change your mind. Trust that turns to chains was never trust. It was fear pretending to be safety. And when you let go of that weight, you make space for something new. A kind of trust that lifts you. A kind of love that lets you breathe. A connection where both people stand free and still choose each other. The lie that feels like home. Imagine growing up in a room with walls that lean slightly. You do not notice it at first. You learn to walk around the tilt. You place your furniture in ways that make sense within the slant. It becomes normal. Years go by. One day, you walk into a different room, one with perfectly straight walls. And for a moment, something feels wrong. You feel like the walls are off, even though they are not. Because the crooked has become your comfort. That is what happens when a lie becomes familiar. It starts to feel like truth. We all carry stories. Stories about who we are, what we deserve, how the world works, how others see us. Some of these stories are built on facts, but many are built on survival. They are lies told to keep us safe, or quiet, or acceptable. And over time, they become invisible. Not because they are true, but because they are repeated. The mind does not ask if something is real. It asks if something is familiar. And what is familiar feels safe, even when it is harmful. This is why people stay in painful relationships. This is why they repeat the same mistakes. This is why they sabotage good things and cling to bad ones. Because somewhere deep inside, the lie has started to feel like home. Maybe it is the lie that you are not enough, that you must always prove yourself, that you are too much or too little, that love must be earned, that silence means rejection, that being seen means being judged. These lies are not shouted. They are whispered, laced into childhood, woven through patterns, confirmed by repetition. And because they were there from the beginning, they are hard to see. Like wallpaper you forgot was not part of the wall. But the danger is not just that these lies hurt. The danger is that they hide. They make you build a life that fits their shape. You choose friends who reflect them, partners who reinforce them, jobs that echo them. And you begin to confuse comfort with truth. The healing begins with doubt. When something inside you starts to question the way things have always been. When a voice whispers, maybe this is not right. Maybe this is not mine. That voice is the beginning of change. You do not have to tear down the house in one day. You start by noticing the tilt, by asking where it came from, by listening to how it speaks. And then you decide whether it still belongs. Because the lie that feels like home is still a lie. And once you step outside of it, you will realize that home was never supposed to feel that small. The choice you never chose. Picture this. You are walking through a hallway lined with doors. Each one looks different. You reach out, open one, step inside. Years pass. You begin to wonder why you chose this door, why this path. And then it hits you. You never did. You were placed here. The choice was never yours. You only made peace with it. This is the trap of the choice you never chose. Life is full of decisions, but not all of them are ours. Some are made for us, by family, by culture, by fear, by default, and we move through them as if they were conscious decisions. We convince ourselves we wanted it. We tell the story that fits, but deep down there is a restlessness, a faint hum of something that feels misaligned. This happens because the human mind hates uncertainty. So it accepts what is given, and then it justifies it. It builds identity around it, even if that identity was inherited and not created. Think of how many people live lives they never asked for. Careers chosen out of safety, beliefs adopted out of loyalty, relationships built on obligation, choices made in moments of weakness, then protected for years out of habit. Not because they felt right, but because they were easier than facing the void. And the longer we live inside the choice, the harder it becomes to question it. We surround ourselves with people who made similar choices. We seek validation from the path we did not choose. And slowly, we forget there were ever other doors. But then something happens. A crack, a loss, a silence, and the illusion begins to wear thin. The room starts to feel smaller, the air a little tighter, the smile harder to maintain, and the question returns, what would I have chosen if I had truly been free? This question is painful. It brings regret, but it also brings power. Because once you realize a choice was never yours, you can begin to take it back. You start small. You notice your habits, your language, the way you speak about your life. Do you say I chose this, or do you say I had to? That small shift is everything. Taking back choice does not always mean changing everything. Sometimes it means reclaiming your mind inside the life you have. Sometimes it means leaving. Sometimes it means staying but waking up. Because the worst trap is not being trapped. It is believing you chose the trap. You have more freedom than you think. And every time you ask what you really want, a new door appears. The pain that rewards you. Imagine someone running through a storm. The rain lashes their skin, the wind stings their face, but they keep running, not because they have to, but because the pain gives them something. It makes them feel alive, real, strong. And when they finally stop, soaked and shaking, they smile, not in spite of the pain, but because of it. That is what happens when pain starts to feel like a reward. This is one of the most complex traps of the mind. Because it is hidden behind strength, it is celebrated. It is misunderstood as discipline, as sacrifice, as drive. But in truth, it is often a mask for unresolved suffering. Some people do not just endure pain. They seek it, not directly, not consciously, but in patterns, in overworking, in toxic relationships, in impossible goals, in self-criticism disguised as ambition. Because pain is familiar. Pain is validating. Pain is the only language they were taught to speak. The mind remembers what worked. And if pain brought attention, love, results, or meaning in the past, it will repeat that pattern, even when it no longer serves, even when it harms. This is why some people cannot rest, why they cannot accept peace. Because peace feels empty. It feels undeserved. It feels boring. They need struggle to feel worthy. They need suffering to feel real. And society often rewards this. We admire those who push through, who sacrifice sleep, who endure abuse, who never complain. We call them strong. But sometimes strength is just numbness. The reward is not always external. Sometimes it is internal. A sense of control, of virtue, of identity. I can take more. I can survive more. I can do what others cannot. And while that may be true, the question is, why should you have to? There is nothing noble about unnecessary pain, and not all pain is growth. Sometimes pain is just pain, and when it becomes the only path to feeling worthy, it becomes a prison. Healing begins when you ask, what am I chasing in this suffering? What reward do I believe is waiting for me on the other side? And is there another way to find that feeling? The answer is almost always yes. There is strength in rest. There is courage in softness. There is power in joy. The pain that rewards you does not have to be your only teacher. Let peace teach you too. Let ease show you who you are when you are not surviving. And you may find that the real reward is not what pain gives you, but what you discover when you no longer need it. The silence that manipulates. Imagine two people sitting in a room. One has spoken their heart. The other stays quiet. But the silence is not peaceful. It is heavy. It says more than words ever could. It makes the first person shrink. It makes them doubt. It makes them feel wrong even when they have done nothing wrong. That is not just silence. That is silence used as a tool. It is the silence that manipulates. Most people think of manipulation as loud, as arguments, as threats. But some of the most powerful control happens quietly. It hides in the gaps. It hides in pauses that are too long. in cold stares, in moments when words should come but do not. And in those spaces, the mind of the other person begins to spin. When someone withdraws their words to punish you, that is not calm. It is a tactic. When someone goes silent instead of facing a problem, it creates pressure. You start to question yourself. You start to wonder what you did wrong. You feel the need to fix things, even if you were not the one who broke them. This kind of silence is not about peace. It is about power. And it works because it triggers something deep in us. A fear of being abandoned, a fear of disconnection. Humans are wired to fear social rejection. Silence taps into that fear. And when it is used in relationships, it becomes a form of emotional control. You may have experienced this with a parent, with a partner, with a friend. You try to communicate, but they freeze you out. They say nothing, but everything about their silence is loud. It is cold, it is sharp, and it cuts. Over time, this changes you. You begin to walk on eggshells. You try to guess what is safe to say. You avoid truth to keep the peace. But there is no peace. Just tension. Just distance. Just silence used as a cage. Real connection requires presence. It requires words. Not always perfect ones, but honest ones. When someone refuses to speak, refuses to show up, refuses to engage, it leaves you alone in the relationship. You end up doing the emotional work for two. To break this pattern, you must first recognize it. Not all silence is healthy. Not all quiet is kind. Sometimes it is avoidance. Sometimes it is punishment. And sometimes it is a way to make you feel small. The answer is not to speak louder. It is to see it for what it is. It is to stop blaming yourself. It is to protect your own clarity. If someone will not talk, that is their choice. But you do not have to live in confusion because of it. You can choose clarity even when others choose silence. You can choose truth even when others choose games. And most of all, you can choose yourself, especially when the silence is trying to make you forget who you are. The voice that isn't yours. Picture this. You are standing in front of a mirror, thinking about a decision. Something tells you to wait. Something tells you to act. But as you try to listen to your thoughts, a question rises. Who is speaking? Is that really your voice? We grow up absorbing voices. The voice of our parents, the voice of teachers, the voice of media, the voice of old friends. These voices do not stay outside. Over time, they settle inside us. They become the background noise of our minds. You may hear a voice that tells you to be perfect. That voice might sound like your own, but it started somewhere else. You may hear a voice that shames you when you rest. That voice might echo with your tone, but it was planted by someone who measured your worth by your output. This is the trap. The voice that is not yours pretends to be you. It whispers doubts. It repeats fears. It demands standards that never feel enough. And because it uses your own tone, you believe it. You think it is you, but it is not. The voice that is not yours shows up when you try to step into your power. It pulls you back. It says you are not ready, not good enough, not allowed. And it does this not to help you, but to keep you small. Sometimes it comes from trauma, a harsh parent, a controlling relationship. Sometimes it comes from culture, from systems that tell you what to be. Sometimes it comes from one painful moment, repeated over and over until it became a rule. But you are not bound by that voice. You can notice it. You can step back and ask, is this really me? Is this voice helping me grow? Or is it holding me back? When you start to question the voice, it begins to weaken. When you replace it with kinder words, it begins to shift. When you speak to yourself with compassion, the real voice starts to rise. You might not recognize it at first. The real voice is often quieter. It does not shout. It does not demand. It supports. It nudges. It reminds you that you are already enough. Reclaiming your voice takes time. It takes care. It takes patience. But every time you speak kindly to yourself, every time you choose your truth over the noise, you make space for your real self to grow. You do not have to live in a mind filled with echoes. You can clear space. You can choose whose voice stays. And you can remember that the truest voice has always been inside you, waiting to be heard. The pattern that predicts you. Imagine waking up and doing what you always do. You check your phone, you scroll, you get coffee, you move through the day like yesterday never ended. It feels normal, it feels automatic. But what if someone could predict exactly what you will do next? What if your life was shaped more by patterns than by choice? This is the pattern that predicts you. It is the repetition of thought, emotion, and behavior that feels like identity, but is actually programming. And most of us live inside these patterns without even knowing. We are creatures of habit. The brain loves patterns because they save energy. Once something becomes familiar, it gets stored as a shortcut. That is why you can drive home and not remember how you got there. That is why you react the same way in every argument. That is why you repeat the same mistakes even when you want something new. These patterns are not just actions, they are beliefs. Beliefs about what you deserve, beliefs about what is possible, beliefs about how people see you, and because they repeat, they feel true, but they are just habits of thought. Some patterns come from survival. Maybe you learn to stay quiet to avoid conflict. Maybe you learn to overwork to feel safe. Maybe you learn to expect disappointment so it would hurt less. At one time, these patterns helped you, but now they predict you. They shape your future without your permission. You say you want change, but your actions repeat the past. Not because you are weak, but because the pattern is strong. And the pattern is comfortable. Even when it is painful, it is familiar. And familiar feels safe. To break the pattern, you have to first see it. That means slowing down, watching your thoughts, tracking your reactions, asking yourself, is this choice mine? Or is it just what I always do? Awareness is the first step. Once you see the pattern, you create space. Space to choose something different. Space to interrupt the script. It will not be easy at first. Change feels like discomfort. Your mind will try to return to the old path. But each time you choose a new thought, a new response, a new behavior, you weaken the pattern. And with time, the pattern no longer predicts you. You begin to act with intention. You begin to feel free. You are not your habits. You are not your routines. You are not your past. You are the awareness behind them. And that awareness can rewrite the script, one choice at a time, the joke that reveals the truth. Picture a crowded room, and in the middle of it, someone cracks a joke. People laugh, some uncomfortably, some a little too loudly, but the words hang in the air longer than they should. You laugh too, but something in you knows it was not just a joke. It carried something else, something heavier, something that stings after the laughter dies. This is what happens when a joke reveals the truth. Jokes are meant to lighten the mood, to create connection, to make difficult things easier to say. But sometimes they do the opposite. They carry the truth that cannot be said openly. A disguised confession, a hidden judgment, a subtle dig wrapped in humor. And once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. There is a reason we say there is truth in every joke. Because the mind uses humor to test boundaries, to speak what is unspeakable, to say something without owning it. It is a safety net. If the joke lands well, we get the laugh. If it lands poorly, we say we were kidding. Either way, the message has been delivered. Psychologists call this phenomenon passive aggression or emotional leakage, but it goes deeper. Humor gives us permission to express what we fear might be rejected in its raw form. So we code it. In irony, in sarcasm, in exaggeration. But underneath, the truth remains. Think about the jokes people make about their own insecurities, about their families, their partners, their failures. Often these jokes are not just stories, they are cries. They are attempts to be heard without being too vulnerable, to express pain without asking for help, to admit something without saying it directly. Sometimes, the person making the joke does not even know it is the truth. The subconscious finds a way to speak, to be seen, and laughter becomes a mask, one that hides the discomfort even as it reveals it. But what do you do with this kind of joke? When someone says something in jest that feels too sharp, do you confront it? Do you ignore it? Do you pretend not to notice? The answer depends on the moment. But the key is awareness. When you start to hear the truth behind the humor, you begin to see people differently. You begin to feel what they are really trying to say. And sometimes, that recognition is the beginning of real connection. Jokes are not just entertainment. They are reflections. Mirrors that bend but do not completely hide. They tell you what a person is afraid to say, what they truly feel, what they might not even admit to themselves. So listen carefully, not just to the words, but to what rides beneath them, the silence that follows, the look in the eyes, the energy in the room. Because sometimes the joke is not funny, it is honest. And in that honesty, there is something sacred. A crack in the armor, a glimpse into the real, not to be mocked, not to be ignored, but to be understood. The apology that controls. Imagine someone says they are sorry. Their voice is soft. Their eyes look sincere. The words sound perfect. But as they speak, you feel something strange, like a weight being placed on your shoulders. Like you are being asked to carry something that does not belong to you, and before you realize it, the apology has become a demand. This is the trap of the apology that controls. Apologies are supposed to heal, to close wounds, to bring peace. But not all apologies are meant to repair. Some are meant to redirect, to silence, to manipulate. These apologies are not acts of humility. They are acts of power. You have heard them before. I am sorry you feel that way. I am sorry, but you need to understand. I am sorry, but you are overreacting. These are not apologies. They are tools, ways to make you doubt your pain, to shift the blame, to end the conversation before it begins. A true apology owns the harm. It does not rush forgiveness. It does not require agreement. It simply says, I did this. It was wrong. I see how it hurt you, and I am here to change. But many people use apologies as shields, as performance, as shortcuts to avoid discomfort. They say sorry not to make things right, but to be right, to regain control, to make you move on before you are ready. And when you accept this kind of apology, you feel worse, not better. Because deep down, you know nothing changed. You know the pain was not seen. You know your feelings were not heard. But now you are expected to act like they were. This creates a cycle. You begin to question your reactions. You begin to silence your hurt. And the person who caused the pain walks away feeling virtuous. The apology that controls is dangerous because it looks kind. It wears the mask of accountability. But it demands more than it gives. It asks you to carry the burden of forgiveness without the gift of understanding. So, how do you recognize it? By how it feels. A real apology brings lightness. It feels like space, like someone has taken something off your chest. A controlling apology feels like pressure, like you are being watched, like you owe something in return. You do not owe peace to someone who will not give you truth. You do not owe closure to someone who only wants silence. Your pain is not a debt, and your forgiveness is not a transaction. Apologies are sacred. They are bridges between hearts. But when they are used to control, they become walls. And the only way to break the wall is to name it. The apology that controls may be wrapped in softness, but it is still a command, and you are not required to obey. The game you're forced to play. Picture a world where every move is watched, every choice is graded, every smile is measured. You are told the rules, but they change depending on who is watching. You are told it is a game, but you never ask to play. And still, every day, you show up, you perform, you pretend, because the game will go on with or without your consent. This is what it means to live inside a system you did not choose. We are all born into games, social games, status games, gender games, success games, games that tell us who we should be, what we should want, how we should behave. And the cost of not playing is rejection, isolation, punishment. So we learn to play. We learn to smile when we are tired, to nod when we disagree, to compete when we want to rest, to pretend when we want to scream. And the better we get at playing, the harder it becomes to stop. The game rewards those who forget they are playing. It promotes those who believe the scoreboard matters. It celebrates those who sacrifice authenticity for performance. And slowly, the mask becomes the face. But inside, there is tension, a quiet exhaustion, a sense that something is not right, that the rules do not make sense, that the prizes are not worth the cost. But the game is so big, so loud, so old, that we doubt ourselves before we doubt the game. This is not just personal. It is cultural, systemic. A child who learns to perform for approval becomes an adult who performs for survival. And entire industries are built on this performance. Social media turns identity into currency. Education turns curiosity into competition. Work turns passion into product. And the worst part is, the game tells you that if you are not winning, it is your fault. That you did not try hard enough. That you are not smart enough. That you need to hustle more. When in truth, the game was never fair. The dice were never clean. The rules were never made with you in mind. So what do you do when you realize you are in a game you did not choose? You start by noticing, by remembering who you were before the scoreboard, by asking what matters outside the game, by seeing which parts of your life are true and which are strategy. You do not have to quit everything, but you can play differently. You can opt out of some rounds. You can stop keeping score. You can find others who are tired too, and together you can create spaces where being real is more important than being right. The game you are forced to play loses power the moment you stop pretending it is real, because beneath the game is your life. And that is not a performance, that is your truth. The reward that punishes. Imagine getting everything you thought you wanted. The job, the title, the praise. People admire you. They say you made it, but inside, something feels off. You are tired. You feel trapped. You wonder why success does not feel like joy, why the reward feels more like a weight. That is the reward that punishes. We are taught that rewards are the proof of effort. Work hard and you will earn peace. Push through and you will be free. But some rewards come with hidden costs. You win the prize but lose your time. You get the recognition but lose your connection. You reach the goal but forget who you are. This is especially true when the reward is tied to approval. When your value depends on being the best, then even your wins create pressure. You cannot stop. You cannot slow down, because now people expect it from you. The reward becomes a new standard. It becomes the thing you must protect at all costs. And so you keep running, you keep performing. You chase bigger rewards because the ones you have do not satisfy. You believe the next one will finally feel right. But each one only adds more weight. Sometimes the reward is not even real. It is a promise you never reach. A hope that if you just work more, give more, try harder, you will finally be enough. But enough never comes. Because the reward was never built to fulfill you. It was built to keep you striving. This happens in relationships too. You give your heart. You try to please. You get small signs of love in return. A compliment, a good moment, and it feels good. But then, it disappears. You chase the next one. You begin to shape yourself to receive more. And in doing that, you lose yourself. That is how rewards become punishment, when they make you abandon yourself to keep receiving them. The way out is not to reject all success or pleasure. It is to ask a deeper question. What is this reward costing me? Is it feeding me or draining me? Is it expanding my life or shrinking it? Sometimes the greatest reward is not more. It is rest. It is peace. It is saying no. It is doing something because it matters to you, not because someone is watching. You deserve a life where rewards feel like nourishment, not burden. Where joy is not delayed, but present. Where your worth is not measured by what you earn, but by how fully you live. The rule that makes you rebel. Picture this. A sign says do not touch. But now, you want to touch it more than ever. You did not care before, but the rule made it interesting. It gave it power. It gave it a strange kind of glow. That is the rule that makes you rebel. We think rules are meant to guide, to keep order. But some rules do more than protect. They provoke. They create tension between who you are and who you are told to be. And when that tension becomes too much, you push back. Sometimes you do it out loud, sometimes in silence. But the rebellion comes. Not because you are reckless, but because something inside you knows the rule does not fit. This happens often in childhood. You are told to sit still, to speak a certain way, to hide certain feelings. At first, you try. You follow. But over time, the rule starts to feel like a cage, and part of you wants to break free. You may grow up, but the rebellion stays. It lives in the way you resist structure, the way you avoid routines, the way you run from anything that feels like control. But here is the trap. You are still letting the rule decide your behavior. Whether you follow it or break it, the rule is in charge. You are reacting to it. And that reaction is not always freedom. Sometimes it is just another kind of prison. This shows up in subtle ways. You say you will never be like your parents, so you swing to the opposite extreme. You say you hate authority, so you reject every suggestion, even the good ones. You say you want freedom, but you use rebellion to escape responsibility. The rule that makes you rebel is powerful because it uses your identity as a weapon. It challenges your sense of self, and your rebellion becomes a way to protect that self. But what if you do not need to protect? What if you need to pause? Ask yourself, am I rebelling because I believe in this path, or because I am running from something? Am I choosing this, or just reacting? True freedom is not in breaking rules for the sake of it. It is in understanding what matters to you, what feels real, what feels right. And sometimes that means following a rule, not because it is a rule, but because it aligns with who you are. When you stop needing to rebel, you start choosing. And choice is where real power lives. The pressure that feels like love. Picture this moment. Someone says they care about you. They want the best for you. They give advice. They check in. They remind you of what you should do. At first, it feels warm. It feels like love. But slowly, something shifts. You start to feel watched, judged, not enough. You feel pressure. And yet, it is all wrapped in love. This is the pressure that feels like love. It is hard to see because it wears a kind face. It sounds like care, but it creates stress. It creates guilt. It makes you feel like you are not allowed to be yourself, unless that self fits someone else's version of what is good. Sometimes this comes from parents. They want you to succeed, so they push, they advise, they correct. But the pressure adds up. You feel like you are carrying their dreams, not your own. Sometimes it comes from partners. They say they want to help, they want to guide, but their help feels like control. Their care feels like a condition. Even friends can do this. They cheer you on, but also compare. They say they support you, but it feels like a race. Their presence becomes a quiet competition. The hardest part is that they may not mean harm. They may truly believe they are helping. And you may believe it too. So you stay. You please. You try to meet expectations, but inside, you feel smaller. Love, when real, allows space. It supports without shaping. It encourages without demanding. It holds without squeezing. When pressure is confused with love, it teaches you that love is something you must earn, that you must perform to be accepted, that you must shrink your needs to keep peace. This belief follows you into work, into relationships, into how you treat yourself. You begin to pressure yourself with the same voice. You push harder, rest less, and call it self-love. But love should not feel like a task. It should not make you feel like you are always failing. Love should not sound like a list of conditions. It should sound like freedom, like understanding, like truth. To escape this trap, you must learn to separate care from control. Ask yourself, does this love help me grow, or does it make me shrink? Do I feel seen or shaped? You are allowed to say no, to ask for space, to redefine what love means to you. You do not owe anyone a version of yourself that is not true. Real love sees who you are and says yes, not who you could be, not who they wish you were, just you. The belief that believes you. Imagine waking up each day and seeing the world through a lens you did not know you were wearing. This lens shapes everything. It tells you what is possible, what is dangerous, what is acceptable, what you are worth. And without realizing it, you begin to move in a way that fits the shape of that lens. You speak a certain way. You dream within certain lines. And the strangest part is, you think it is all coming from you. This is what happens when a belief begins to believe you back. Most people think they believe in ideas, but the truth is, ideas often believe in them. A belief is not just something you hold, it is something that holds you. It does not wait for evidence. It creates it. It filters what you see, what you hear, what you notice, and what you forget. Picture a child who grows up being told they are not smart. That message becomes a belief, and that belief begins to shape their actions. They hesitate in class. They avoid challenges. They downplay their successes. And each of those actions becomes more proof for the belief. The belief says, "See, I told you, you are not smart." And so the cycle deepens. This is the trap of self-confirming beliefs. The more you follow them, the more they seem true. Not because they are, but because they trained you to live in ways that keep them alive. This does not only happen with negative beliefs, it happens with any belief that becomes rigid. I am strong. I am a helper. I am always calm. These sound positive, but even they can become prisons. Because when you do not feel strong or helpful or calm, the belief punishes you. It tells you that you are failing, that something is wrong with you. So you suppress, you perform, you try to fit back into the shape the belief has given you, and slowly, your freedom narrows. You stop exploring, you stop questioning, you stop growing, because the belief has convinced you it is you. But beliefs are not facts. They are stories. Some of them are useful, some of them are harmful. Some of them were never yours to begin with. They were planted by parents, by teachers, by media, by moments of pain or joy. And they stayed because they worked. They gave you identity. They gave you structure. They gave you a way to make sense of life. But when a belief becomes too strong, it stops listening. It stops learning, and it starts speaking for you. To break this cycle, you must first notice the belief. Name it. Where did it come from? When did it start? How does it talk to you? What does it want from you? Then, you test it. You act in ways that challenge it. You do things that the belief says you cannot. You speak truths it tells you to avoid. You question its warnings. And you see what happens. You may feel fear, but you will also feel space. And in that space, new beliefs will begin to form. Ones that serve you, not control you. The belief that believes you is not evil. It is just outdated. It is a mirror that forgot how to change. But you are not your beliefs. You are the one who chooses which ones to keep. The habit that hides the truth. Picture a man waking up at the same time every morning. He makes the same coffee, wears the same jacket, walks the same route, says the same things. On the outside, it looks like stability, but inside, there is a fog. He does not know why he feels numb, why he avoids certain thoughts, why he forgets certain memories. And every day, the routine continues, hiding the answer in plain sight. This is what happens when a habit begins to hide the truth. Habits are helpful. They give our lives rhythm. They reduce decision fatigue. They allow us to focus on what matters. But not all habits are made for growth. Some are made for protection, for escape, for forgetfulness. These are the habits that serve a psychological purpose we do not want to admit. The overworking that hides the fear of failure. The constant talking that avoids silence. The endless scrolling that numbs the ache. The routines that keep you busy enough not to feel. And the problem with these habits is not just what they do, it is what they prevent. They prevent insight. They prevent awareness. They prevent change. Because every time you get close to something uncomfortable, the habit steps in. Like a guard at the door of your own mind. This is why people say they feel stuck. Not because they lack motivation, but because they are being quietly guided by habits designed to keep them from the very truths they need to face. Some of these habits were formed in childhood, as coping mechanisms, as responses to chaos or rejection or pain. They worked back then. They helped you survive, but now they keep you small. And you do not even realize it, because habits feel automatic, natural. They do not announce themselves. They repeat silently, and over time they become part of your identity. You say, "This is just who I am." But what if it is not? What if it is who you became to avoid something? The first step to changing this is curiosity. Start watching your habits like you are watching someone else. What do you do when you are anxious? What do you avoid? When do you zone out? What do you reach for when you are bored or afraid? Then, ask why. Not to judge, just to understand. What are these habits protecting you from? What truth might they be hiding? It could be a grief you never processed, a fear you never named, a need you were taught to ignore. And once you begin to feel what is underneath, the habit begins to lose its grip. You do not have to destroy all your routines, just the ones that keep you blind, just the ones that silence your truth. Because your truth is not gone, it is just sleeping, under the layers of habit, waiting for you to wake up. The smile that demands obedience. Imagine being in a room with someone who smiles all the time. Their words are kind. Their tone is gentle. But every time you try to speak your truth, something in you tightens. You hold back. You nod. You agree. Even when you do not want to. Because that smile somehow demands it. This is what happens when a smile becomes a command. We are taught to associate smiles with safety, with warmth, with kindness. But smiles are not always invitations. Sometimes they are instructions. Be quiet. Be agreeable. Be pleasant. Do not disrupt this peace. This happens often in relationships where one person uses politeness as a form of control. They never raise their voice. They never argue. But they create a silent rule that says, "Do not make me uncomfortable. Do not bring conflict. Do not challenge the script." And so the other person learns to smile back, to pretend, to suppress, because to do otherwise feels like breaking a sacred code. This is not about surface-level manipulation. It is about emotional conditioning, a pattern where pleasing becomes survival, where being honest feels dangerous, where authenticity feels like a betrayal. Sometimes this starts in childhood. A parent who smiles through everything, who says everything is fine when it is not, who teaches you that love means keeping things smooth. That discomfort is wrong, that emotions are messy. And so you become good, you become quiet, you learn to read the smile like a warning. And later in life you meet people who remind you of that smile. And without realizing it, you obey. Not because they ask you to, but because the part of you that learned to please is still alive. The smile that demands obedience does not shout. It whispers. It says, "Do not disappoint me." It says, "Do not be too much." It says, "Do not be you unless your truth makes me feel good." But here is the deeper truth. Love that requires obedience is not love. Peace that demands your silence is not peace. And a smile that controls you is not kindness. It is fear wearing a friendly face. To break free from this, you must first give yourself permission to see through the smile, to notice how it makes you feel, to question what it expects. And then, you practice truth. You say the hard thing. You name the discomfort. You break the pattern. Not to hurt the other person, but to stop hurting yourself. And in time, you will begin to recognize the difference between a smile that welcomes you and one that tames you. Because your voice matters. Your truth matters. And no smile should cost you your freedom, the eye contact that breaks you. Picture this. You are in a conversation, maybe a serious one or maybe something simple. Someone looks into your eyes and holds that gaze. And in that moment, something shifts. You feel exposed, not seen in a comforting way, but seen in a way that makes your chest tighten. You want to look away, You want to leave, but the moment holds you still. That is the eye contact that breaks you. Not all eye contact feels the same. Sometimes it connects, sometimes it soothes. But sometimes it cuts through all your defenses and reaches a part of you that you did not want anyone to find. And that is what makes it powerful. It bypasses the surface, it sees the mask and looks underneath it. You might feel this when someone catches you in a lie, even a small one. Or when someone sees your pain before you speak it, or when someone you love finally understands what you were hiding. The gaze stays, and you feel the truth rise in your throat. We live most of our lives with filters. We hide thoughts, we guard emotions, we smile when we are tired, we joke when we are anxious. But the eyes do not lie. When you make real eye contact, there is no screen, no escape, just presence. And presence can be terrifying, because it demands honesty, not just with the other person, but with yourself. You suddenly feel everything you were avoiding, all the doubt, all the shame, all the things you pretend to control. The eye contact that breaks you is not always aggressive. It can be quiet, gentle. But that gentleness makes it harder, because you cannot fight it. You can only feel it. Sometimes the person looking at you is not even angry. They are just present, fully there. And that kind of presence is rare. When someone is fully there with you, it reflects back everything you have tried to bury. It shows you the parts of you that you still need to meet. It may come from a therapist, a parent, a stranger, a friend. But when it comes, it changes you. It forces you to pause, to breathe, to consider what you have been avoiding. This is not meant to hurt. It is meant to open. The breaking is not destruction. It is an invitation. When you feel that break, you can soften. You can let go. You can stop performing and just be. And when you let yourself be fully seen, even for a moment, it creates something new. Not weakness, not shame, but freedom. Because now you know that you can survive it. You can survive being real. The expectation that shapes your past. Imagine someone telling you that you were always shy, or that you were the smart one, or that you were the troublemaker. You hear it so many times it becomes your story. You repeat it when you talk about yourself. You start to remember your life through that lens. But what if it was never true? What if that label shaped your memories more than the moments themselves? That is the expectation that shapes your past. We think of the past as fixed, as something that happened and is now behind us. But memory is not a perfect recording. It is a story that keeps being edited, and one of the strongest editors is expectation. When someone expects you to be a certain way, it changes the way you remember yourself. If you are told that you were difficult, you start to focus on the times you argued. If you are told you were sweet, you forget the times you spoke out. You begin to filter your own story to match what others saw or needed to see. This is not done with bad intent. Often people create these labels to make sense of things. But once they are placed on you, they stay. And they grow. And they influence the way you move through the world. Expectations shape what you notice, what you ignore, what you believe is possible. They tell you who you are before you even get a chance to ask. And because humans seek consistency, you start to act in ways that match the expectation. You stay quiet to be the calm one. You avoid risk to be the responsible one. You keep smiling to be the happy one. But deep down, something feels off, like you are living in someone else's version of your life. This becomes more difficult when you begin to grow, when your soul wants to change. When a new part of you wants to emerge, the expectation pulls you back. It says that is not who you are. But who says so? To break this, you must be willing to question the stories. Not with anger, but with curiosity. Ask yourself, who told me this about myself? When did I start believing it? What if it is not true? And then go deeper. Look at the memories that you have been repeating. Try to see them without the label. Try to feel what was actually there. Maybe you were not shy. Maybe you were careful. Maybe you were not lazy. Maybe you were overwhelmed. The past is not set in stone. It is written in your mind, and your mind can rewrite. Not to lie, but to liberate. to make space for truth that was hidden behind someone else's lens. You are not a fixed label. You are a living story, and you get to decide how that story is told. The truth that's too convenient. Imagine you are in a situation that makes you uncomfortable. You feel something is wrong, but someone gives you a simple explanation, a reason that makes everything neat. You feel relief. You accept it. But deep down, something still stirs. That is the truth that is too convenient. It shows up in conversations where conflict is avoided by quick answers, in relationships where problems are solved too easily, in moments where you agree just to move on. The truth that is too convenient is not necessarily false, but it is incomplete. It is polished. It is designed to end a conversation rather than open one. It is tempting to accept these truths. They save time. They reduce tension. They make things feel settled. But they come at a cost. The cost is depth. The cost is honesty. The cost is the real truth that lies underneath. Convenient truths often protect someone. Sometimes that someone is you. You say you are fine because it is easier than explaining. You say you forgive because it is easier than facing the hurt. You say it is not a big deal because digging deeper would be messy. And sometimes, convenient truths protect others. You let someone off the hook because you do not want them to feel bad. You tell yourself they meant well because the alternative is too painful. You say it just happened because holding them accountable would change everything. The problem with convenient truths is that they keep the surface calm but the depth chaotic. They do not solve the feeling. They only cover it. And that feeling waits. It shows up in anxiety, in resentment, in disconnection. To move beyond this, you have to become brave enough to stay in the discomfort, to let the real truth rise, even when it shakes things. To ask, what am I avoiding? What do I already know but do not want to admit? This is not about seeking drama. It is about seeking peace, real peace. The kind that comes when things are not just quiet but honest. The kind that comes when you no longer have to pretend. Sometimes the real truth is hard. It hurts, but it also heals. It makes space for clarity, for change, for growth. You do not have to live in a world of half-truths. You can face what is real. You can say what is unsaid. You can trust that your soul can handle the whole truth, even when your mind wants the easy one. Because only the real truth has the power to set you free. The flaw that makes you powerful. Imagine if every mistake you ever made was actually a sign, not of weakness, but of power. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror, staring at the one part of your life you wish you could erase. That one decision, that one flaw. Now imagine that flaw, instead of being a crack in your foundation, is actually the entry point for something deeper. A truth you were never taught to look for. We are trained to hide our imperfections. From the moment we start school, we are graded on correctness. Our success depends on our ability to avoid mistakes. We are told to strive for perfection, to polish ourselves until there is no visible dent left. But there is a quiet danger in this perfection. It makes you hollow, smooth on the outside but empty within. Think of a tree. The rings inside tell a story. The cracks, the uneven growth, the dark circles, all of them show where the tree endured a storm. But we don't cut down trees for having weathered too much. We call them strong. We admire the very thing that would be seen as weakness in a person. What if your flaws are not detours but paths? What if they are not something to fix but something to explore? The real strength begins when you stop trying to look strong. When you let yourself be seen as you are, without edits, without filters. Because authenticity carries a weight that perfection never will. The flaw that embarrasses you in a conversation, the one that makes you speak too fast or get too quiet, is not a curse. It is a signal. It tells you where your attention is trapped. It tells you what part of you has been bruised by the world. And once you understand that, you can turn that flaw into a map. A compass that points directly to your power. Every person you admire is not flawless. They are someone who found a way to let their flaws breathe. And by doing that, they created space for their full self to exist. no part left out. True growth does not come from cutting away the flawed pieces. It comes from bringing them into the light and asking, what did this teach me? What did I survive here? Imagine carrying your flaw in your hand like a badge, not a burden. You show it, not to gain pity, but to remind yourself that you are still here, still walking, still learning. And that is the quiet superpower most never find. Not the strength to pretend, but the strength to remain whole. To say, I am not perfect, and I am not trying to be. I am real, and that is enough. The desire that destroys attention. Picture this. You are sitting in a quiet room. There is no noise, no movement, just stillness. And yet, your mind is racing, jumping from one thought to the next like a restless bird trapped in a glass room. Why is it so hard to stay still? Why does attention slip through your fingers even when nothing is happening? Desire is subtle. It wears many clothes. Sometimes it looks like ambition. Sometimes it sounds like urgency. Sometimes it whispers in your head with words like more, next, better. And before you know it, your attention is no longer here. It is somewhere out there, chasing something that has not arrived yet. We are told to focus more, use techniques, train the mind like a muscle. But what if attention is not just a skill to sharpen? What if it is something much more fragile? Something that gets destroyed not by noise but by desire itself. When you want something too badly, your mind leans forward. It stretches out into the future and loses its grip on the present. You might think you are being productive, but really, you are scattering yourself. Desire creates a gap between where you are and where you want to be. And that gap becomes a space where attention falls through. You might still be physically present, but mentally, you are fading. Losing texture. Losing now. The more you desire control, the less control you feel. The more you chase clarity, the more confused you become. The faster you run toward fulfillment, the further it gets. Because desire does not have an end, it only knows how to pull. And it always pulls you away from here. What if the real way to protect your attention is not through effort, but through surrender? Not by chasing better thoughts, but by softening into the ones that are already here. There is a kind of power that comes with stillness. A clarity that appears not when you push, but when you stop pushing. When you let the desire cool down, even just a little, your attention returns to its natural state, like a lake clearing itself after a storm. This doesn't mean you stop wanting things. It just means you stop being owned by what you want. You begin to notice that desire is a visitor, not a ruler. It knocks on the door, but you don't have to let it in every time. And in that moment of choice, when you decide not to chase, something unexpected happens. Your mind stops spinning, your breath deepens, and your attention, once scattered and fragmented, begins to gather itself again. Like light returning to a single point. In that space, you find something more valuable than what you were chasing. You find yourself. Not the version running ahead. Not the one reaching back. Just the one who is here. Awake. Watching. Whole. The secret that isn't hidden. Close your eyes for a second and ask yourself this. What secret do you believe holds the answer to everything? The one truth that, if you finally understood it, would make life make sense. We all feel like there is something we are missing, some hidden truth tucked away in a corner of the universe. And we keep searching. Books, mentors, podcasts, memories, always reaching for something that seems just out of reach. But what if the biggest secret is not hidden at all? What if it is right in front of you, and the only reason you can't see it is because it is too simple? There is a strange thing about the human mind. It equates mystery with importance. If something is complicated, we believe it must be meaningful. If something is simple, we assume it cannot be the answer. And in doing so, we overlook the very thing we are looking for. The secret that isn't hidden is this. Everything you are searching for already lives inside you. Peace, clarity, strength. Acceptance. They are not gifts waiting at the end of a path. They are not locked in a vault of achievement. They are here, now, but they are quiet, and your noise keeps drowning them out. You keep asking life to give you something. But life is not a puzzle to solve. It is a mirror. It reflects what you bring to it. If you look for depth, it shows you depth. If you bring distraction, it multiplies it. The truth is not behind the curtain. It is the curtain. The moment you stop pulling it, you see it for what it is. Not a barrier, but the thing itself. Think of how often you miss the moment because you are waiting for a bigger one. How often you skip over the breath you are in, thinking the next one will be more meaningful. And yet, all meaning lives here. Not after the breakthrough, not after the success, but inside the tiny now. It is hard to accept this, because it means there is no grand reveal, no final scene where everything becomes perfect. There is only this second, this sound, this breath, and that is not a compromise. That is the gift. So, the secret is not hidden. You are just not still enough to feel it. It is not waiting for you to become someone else. It is waiting for you to stop trying. Once you do, you begin to notice the patterns, the pauses, the small joys, the soft warnings, the quiet strength that has been humming in the background all along, and you realize you were never lost. You were just loud. Now that the noise has settled, you can hear it. The secret you've been chasing was never running. It was always sitting, patient, silent, obvious. The voice that sounds familiar. Imagine walking through a crowded marketplace, surrounded by the buzz of conversation, the shouts of vendors, the honking of traffic. Suddenly, through all the chaos, you hear a voice. It is soft, almost like a whisper, but it cuts through the noise and pulls your attention. It sounds like someone you know, someone you trust. Without even thinking, you turn your head. That voice has power over your attention, not because of its volume, but because of its familiarity. Now picture that same familiarity showing up not in a marketplace, but inside your own mind. You are trying to make a decision, or trying to stay focused on a task. And then, quietly, a thought enters. It feels like your own thought. It sounds like your own voice. But it begins to question, to warn, to discourage. Maybe you should not take the risk. Maybe you are not ready. Maybe others will laugh at you. And because it sounds like you listen. This is the voice that sounds familiar. It is the inner echo of old beliefs and conditioned fears. It is not always yours, even if it sounds like it is. Much of it was formed by others. Parents who were afraid, teachers who demanded perfection, friends who projected their insecurities, society repeating stories of limitation and failure. Over time, these voices sink in. They begin to use your tone. They begin to speak in your rhythm. Until one day, you cannot tell the difference. The power of a familiar voice lies in its subtlety. It does not shout. It suggests. It does not argue. It questions. Are you sure this is a good idea? Is this really you? What if you fail? These are not commands. They are questions dressed in the comfort of your own tone. And that is what makes them so dangerous. Because you rarely question what feels familiar. Familiarity creates trust. And trust bypasses doubt. This is why marketers use repetition. This is why politicians repeat phrases. The more you hear something, the more you begin to believe it. The more familiar it becomes, the less resistance it faces. The same happens with inner voices. If you have heard a message enough times, it starts to feel like a fact. But facts can be false. Familiarity can be misleading. Just because a voice is known does not mean it is right. Just because it sounds like yours does not mean it serves you. This is where awareness becomes your greatest ally. To pause, to listen, and to ask, where did this voice come from? When did I first hear it? Who does it sound like? And more importantly, is it helping me grow or keeping me small? The voice that sounds familiar often speaks in defense of the past. It tries to protect you using outdated maps. It warns you based on wounds that are no longer open. It holds you back using fears that do not belong to you anymore. You are allowed to challenge this voice. You are allowed to speak back. You are allowed to replace it with a new one. One that sounds like courage. One that sounds like peace. One that sounds like the future you want to create. This is not about silencing the voice, but about choosing which ones you listen to. Because not every voice that speaks deserves your attention. Some are echoes of survival, others are whispers of doubt, and a few are just noise from a past you have already outgrown. The voice that sounds familiar is not always the voice of truth. It is often just the loudest voice you have rehearsed. The fear that keeps you safe. Picture a child standing at the edge of a swimming pool. His friends are already in the water, laughing and splashing, but he stays frozen. His toes grip the edge, and his arms remain tight against his sides. It is not the water he fears. It is the unknown, the drop, the feeling of falling. It is the fear of what might happen. This fear keeps him safe, or at least it thinks it does. It stops him from doing something that feels dangerous. It convinces him that staying still is the smarter choice, that caution is better than courage. And for that moment, it works. He does not get hurt, but he also does not grow. Fear is often painted as the enemy, something to be defeated, avoided, or ignored. But that is not entirely true. Fear is not bad. Fear is information. It is a signal, a teacher, a protector. It is one of the oldest systems in your brain designed to keep you alive. It watches for patterns, senses danger, and reacts faster than your conscious mind can even process. The problem is not fear itself. It is the way fear adapts. It does not just protect you from physical harm. Over time, it begins to protect you from emotional pain, from failure, from embarrassment. And in doing so, it becomes overly cautious. It wraps your potential in layers of comfort and hesitation. It tells you not to try, not to speak, not to show up. And because fear feels protective, you listen. Because when fear speaks, it is convincing. It tells stories with vivid detail. It plays scenes of failure in your mind like a movie you have already seen. It makes you believe that risk is danger and uncertainty is disaster. But fear does not know the difference between discomfort and destruction, between vulnerability and violence, between challenge and catastrophe. So you must learn to interpret it, to understand when fear is keeping you alive and when it is keeping you small, when it is whispering truth and when it is distorting possibility. The fear that keeps you safe is often the same fear that keeps you stuck. It hides behind logic. It justifies itself with careful reasoning. Maybe now is not the right time. Maybe you need more preparation. Maybe others are better suited. And these thoughts feel smart. They feel rational. But beneath them is the same trembling child at the edge of the pool, afraid to jump. There is a way to work with fear without letting it rule you. The first step is to acknowledge it. Not fight it. Not shame it. Just see it. Notice where it shows up in your body. Notice the story it tells. And then ask, what is it trying to protect me from? And is that danger real? Then, take a small step anyway. A controlled exposure. A single action in the direction of your discomfort. Not to destroy the fear, but to show yourself that you are stronger than it, that you can feel afraid and still move forward. Because safety is not the absence of fear. It is the presence of awareness. It is the ability to feel fear without being owned by it. It is knowing that fear will come, and that is okay. What matters is your response. You can thank fear for trying to help, and then gently guide it to the side as you continue your path. You are not here to live inside a cage, even if that cage feels padded and warm. Growth comes with risk. Joy comes with vulnerability. And the most meaningful experiences often arrive just on the other side of what you fear. The fear that keeps you safe is not wrong, but it is incomplete. It can protect your body, but it cannot protect your dreams. That is your job. The praise that programs. Imagine being a child again, drawing a picture with crayons. You bring it to an adult, maybe a teacher or a parent, and they smile wide. They say you are so talented, so smart, so good. You feel warmth. You feel pride. You feel seen. And so, without realizing it, you start to associate that action with worth. You draw more. You try harder. You chase that smile, that nod, that approval. And with every piece of praise, a pattern is forming. You are learning what makes you valuable. You are learning what gets love. But you are not just being praised. You are being programmed. Praise is powerful. It shapes behavior. It rewards conformity. It trains the brain. And while it often comes from a good place, its effects can go much deeper than we notice. Because praise is not just about what you do, it starts to become about who you are. You are smart. You are talented. You are exceptional. These sound like compliments, but they can become cages. They create pressure. They create fear of failure. They create a silent rule that says you must always be these things to deserve love. Over time, you begin to avoid risks. You only do what you know you are good at. You seek situations where you will succeed, because the praise taught you that failure is dangerous, that imperfection is rejection, that your value depends on your performance. This is the praise that programs. It programs a need for external validation. It creates dependency on applause. It conditions your self-worth to live in other people's words. And the danger is that the world will not always applaud. Sometimes it will ignore you. Sometimes it will criticize you. Sometimes it will simply move on. And if you are programmed by praise, these moments will shatter you. You will question your worth. You will doubt your path. You will silence your voice just to avoid judgment. You will forget how to move without permission. But there is a way out. It begins with recognizing the praise loop. To ask yourself, what praise did I grow up chasing? Who was I trying to impress? What compliments made me feel seen? And how has that shaped the choices I make today? You can begin to rewire the programming by giving yourself praise that is not tied to outcomes, by appreciating your effort, by noticing your growth, by valuing your courage, not just your success. You can learn to speak to yourself in a new way, one that nurtures instead of conditions, one that empowers instead of controls, because you are not a performance. You are not a product of applause. You are not here to live up to someone else's script. You are here to unfold, to evolve, to explore. And sometimes that means failing. Sometimes that means being misunderstood. And that is okay. The praise that programs can be rewritten. You do not have to be trapped by compliments. You do not have to fear the silence that follows them. You can learn to hear your own voice louder than any external cheer. That is where true freedom lives, in the quiet space where you no longer need permission to feel worthy. The escape that traps you. Imagine a man running through a hallway with no end. Every door he opens only leads to another hallway, and every hallway promises an exit but delivers another turn. He keeps running, believing that if he moves fast enough, far enough, he will finally arrive at peace. But what he does not realize is that he is not escaping a place. He is escaping himself. And in doing so, he is building the very maze he is trying to leave. We all try to escape something. Sometimes it is a memory, sometimes it is a fear, sometimes it is just the heaviness of being aware. And so, we look for ways out. We run toward distractions. We dive into habits. We keep ourselves busy so we do not have to sit with what is underneath the noise. The strange thing about escape is that it feels like freedom. It gives you that moment of relief. That breath of air when you think you have outrun the storm. But the storm always returns, because it lives inside the thing you are avoiding. Escape is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is quiet. You pick up your phone. You scroll. You tell yourself you need a break. You binge another show. You tell yourself you will get back to what matters later. But every little escape piles up. And over time, those tiny moments become a trap. A loop. A cycle that feels like rest, but steals your strength. The real trap of escape is that it removes the chance for healing. When you avoid the pain, you also avoid the lesson inside it. When you run from the discomfort, you miss the part of yourself that is trying to speak. Imagine if the thing you are avoiding is the thing you need the most. Not because it is pleasant, but because it holds the key to what is next. Growth is often packaged in discomfort. But if you run every time it shows up, you delay your own evolution. Stillness is not easy. It forces you to feel things you would rather numb. But it is in the stillness that the storm can pass through you. instead of chasing you. It is in the stillness that you stop building more doors and finally ask yourself why you keep trying to leave. You do not need to escape. You need to return, not to the past, not to the person you used to be, but to the part of you that you keep abandoning every time fear knocks. When you stop running, you start listening. When you stop hiding, you start healing. The escape is not the freedom. The staying is the doubt that grows in silence. Picture this. You are sitting in a room with someone you love. There is a silence between you. Not the peaceful kind, the heavy kind. The kind that stretches longer than it should. You want to ask what they are thinking. You want to say something, but you do not. And so the silence becomes a story. One that you write alone. One filled with doubt. This is how doubt begins. Not always in conflict, but in silence. In the spaces where no words are spoken and your mind is left to wander. We think doubt is a sign of weakness, but it is often just a side effect of unanswered questions. When you do not speak your truth, your mind starts to guess it. When you do not hear someone else's truth, you start to invent it. Doubt fills the silence like water filling a glass, slowly, steadily, and always too much. The danger of silence is that it seems harmless. But the mind does not like blanks. It fills them with fear, with assumptions, with old wounds disguised as new beliefs. And before you know it, you are reacting not to reality but to a version of it that only exists in your head. You begin to doubt your choices, your worth, your place in someone else's life. Not because of what they said, but because of what they did not say. But doubt can only grow where understanding has not been planted. The solution is not to silence the doubt. It is to speak through it, to risk being misunderstood in the hope of being seen. Stillness is good when it brings you peace. But silence that feeds fear is not stillness. It is suppression. It is the slow erosion of trust in yourself and others. And sometimes the silence is not between people. Sometimes it is between you and yourself. You stop asking yourself how you feel. You stop checking in. You ignore the small signals because they feel inconvenient. And that silence breeds inner confusion. You start to feel disconnected without knowing why. But you can bring sound back into the silence. Not by filling it with noise, but with truth. Even whispered truth can shift the energy of a space. Even a small conversation can break the spell of doubt. Speak gently. Speak early. Speak often, not because you owe anyone your thoughts, but because you owe yourself the clarity that comes from expression. Let your doubt be a signal, not a sentence. Silence can be sacred, but only when it is chosen, not when it is used to hide. When silence is no longer a safe space, let your voice carry you out. The identity you perform. Imagine waking up one day and forgetting everything about who you are. Your name, your job, your past. Everything gone. All you are left with is the present moment. No roles, no titles, no image to protect. Who would you be then? This is not a nightmare. It is a question, a door into something deeper. Because we do not always realize how much of who we are is a performance, a mask worn not to deceive others but to feel safe. From childhood, we are trained to play roles. Be the good student, the obedient child. The one who does not cry, or the one who always smiles. And over time, those roles stick. They become who we believe we are. But they are not. They are costumes. And like all costumes, they get heavy if you wear them too long. The identity you perform is not false. It is just incomplete. It shows the world what you want to be seen as, not necessarily who you are beneath that. Performance identity shows up in subtle ways. You smile when you are tired. You agree when you disagree. You stay silent when your heart wants to scream. Not because you are weak, but because you think the real you might not be accepted. But here is the thing. Every time you perform, you tell yourself a story that who you are is not enough, that love must be earned, that approval is safer than truth. And these stories become habits, and habits become identity. You begin to forget where the performance ends and the self begins. You feel drained without knowing why. You succeed, and still feel empty. You connect with others but still feel alone, because the self they are meeting is not the one that is real. The journey back to your true self does not start with reinvention, it starts with honesty, with slowly removing the layers, with noticing when you are acting out of fear instead of authenticity. It is not about rejecting all roles. You can still be the friend, the leader, the artist, the caretaker, but now you do it from a place of choice, not compulsion, from presence, not pressure. Ask yourself gently, who am I when no one is watching? Who am I when I stop trying to be impressive? Who am I when I allow myself to be seen fully? The performance identity is built in silence, in the moments you swallowed your truth, but your real identity is not lost. It is just waiting, beneath the noise, behind the mask, ready to step forward whenever you are ready to stop the act and return home to yourself. The trap that looks like a door. Imagine standing in a long hallway. It is dimly lit and lined with identical doors. Each one looks like the next. You are searching for a way out, a way forward, a new beginning. You try one of the doors, and it creaks open just enough to reveal something that looks like freedom. It seems like exactly what you need. A chance, a promise, a path. But the moment you step through, the door vanishes, and you find yourself not in a new room but in a loop, a circle, a trap. This is the trap that looks like a door. It is not forced on you. You walk into it willingly. You believe it is a solution. You believe it will take you somewhere better, but it only keeps you in place. The trap plays on your desire to escape. It appears when you are tired, restless, uncertain. It shows you what you want to see, not what is real. It might look like a new job that promises meaning but only brings more stress. It might be a relationship that feels exciting at first but slowly drains your spirit. It might be a self-help idea that promises transformation but only deepens your dependence on more fixes. The surface looks inviting, but beneath, it holds the same patterns, the same pain, the same fear wearing a new mask. We often mistake movement for growth. We think that because we are going somewhere, we must be evolving. But not all movement is progress. A hamster runs endlessly on its wheel. A pendulum swings but never escapes its arc. A trap that looks like a door uses your momentum against you. It lets you think you are changing when you are only repeating. Why do we fall for it? Because the door is dressed in hope, and hope is powerful. It pulls us forward. It silences doubt. It makes us believe again. But blind hope is dangerous. When you hope without awareness, you stop questioning. You stop seeing the fine print. You stop listening to the quiet discomfort that whispers, "This does not feel right." The trap works because it flatters your need. It knows you want something more. So it offers just enough to keep you curious, just enough to make you stay. And once you are in, it uses your own energy to close the loop. You keep trying, you keep working, you keep believing that just a little more effort will make the door real. That maybe this time, it will open to something true. But the truth is not in the door. It is in the awareness. The willingness to pause and ask, what am I walking into? Am I being pulled by clarity or by desperation? Am I chasing freedom or just running from discomfort? To escape the trap, you must stop seeking new doors and start seeing the patterns. Start noticing what keeps repeating. Start asking yourself why you are drawn to the same shapes with different names. The trap loses power when you name it, when you stop moving and begin reflecting. Not every opening is an opportunity. Not every invitation leads somewhere worth going. Sometimes, the most powerful step you can take is to stand still, to listen, to examine the door before you walk through it. Growth is not found in escape. It is found in presence, in honesty, in the courage to face the hallway without grabbing for the nearest handle. The trap that looks like a door teaches you that not all that glitters is gold, and not all that opens leads forward. Sometimes, the real door is the one you never noticed. The quiet one, the uncomfortable one, the one that does not promise escape but demands understanding. That is the door worth walking through. The help that hurts. Picture a man lost in a forest. The trees are thick. The path is unclear. He walks in circles, unsure of which way is out. Then, a stranger appears. Friendly, confident. He says he knows the way. He offers his hand. The man, tired and uncertain, accepts. He follows. But instead of leading him out, the stranger leads him deeper in. The stranger did not mean harm. He truly believed he was helping. But his path was not the right one. And now, the man is more lost than before. This is the help that hurts. The kind that comes from a good place but ends in confusion. The kind that feels supportive at first but slowly strips away your power. It shows up in many forms. Advice that sounds wise but pressures you to ignore your intuition. Support that feels warm but slowly makes you dependent. Encouragement that pushes you forward but in a direction that is not your own. People want to help. They want to fix, to comfort, to guide. And often, they truly care. But intention is not the same as impact. What helps one person can hurt another. What feels like kindness in one moment can become control in the next. The help that hurts is tricky, because it wears the costume of care. It does not raise alarms. It does not shout. It whispers. It nudges. It wraps its hands around your decisions and slowly replaces your voice with its own. It might be a parent who wants the best for you but never lets you choose. It might be a partner who supports you by keeping you small. It might be a friend who always offers solutions but never lets you sit with your own truth. It might even be your own mind, trying to protect you from discomfort by silencing your inner fire. The help that hurts is not always malicious. It is often rooted in fear. Fear of failure. Fear of pain. Fear of seeing someone you love struggle. But struggle is not always a sign of something wrong. Sometimes, it is a necessary part of growth. A tree bends in the wind, so its roots grow deeper. A bird must learn to fly by falling. Helping too much can steal the lesson. It can prevent the very strength it wants to build. Real help does not replace your power. It reminds you of it. It does not speak over your voice. It helps you hear it more clearly. It does not carry you. It walks beside you. And sometimes, real help means doing nothing. Letting the other person face the difficulty, letting them learn, letting them fall and rise on their own terms. If you have ever been hurt by help, you know the quiet resentment it can create. The sense of being rescued but not respected, of being guided but not seen, of being helped but not heard. And if you have ever offered help that hurt, you know the confusion that follows. You did your best. You gave your heart. But somehow, things feel worse. That is the trap of one-size-fits-all support. It forgets to ask. It forgets to listen. It forgets to honor the uniqueness of the journey. To truly help someone, start by pausing, by asking what they need, by listening more than speaking, by offering your presence, not just your opinion. And if you are receiving help, ask yourself, does this make me stronger or smaller? Does this lead me back to myself or away? The help that hurts is a lesson in awareness, a reminder that even kindness must come with clarity, that true support is not about control, but about connection, not about saving, but about seeing. You deserve the kind of help that honors your path, not replaces it. The belonging that erases you. Imagine being in a room full of people who are all smiling, laughing, fitting in perfectly with each other. You are standing at the edge. You want to be part of it. You want to feel included. So you step forward. You smile too. You laugh when they laugh. You nod even when you do not fully agree. Slowly, you adjust. You shape yourself to match them. And before you realize it, something subtle has changed. You belong now, but you feel slightly hollow, slightly disconnected from yourself. Because the version of you that was accepted is not the full you. It is the edited one. This is the belonging that erases you. It is not violent. It is not loud. It is gentle, warm, seductive. It feels like safety. It feels like love. But it comes at a cost. The cost of truth, the cost of wholeness, the cost of being fully seen. We all want to belong. It is one of the deepest human needs. From birth, we seek connection. We look for faces that mirror ours, voices that comfort, arms that hold. And as we grow, that need does not fade. It just shifts. It becomes more complex, more social. We want to be liked. accepted, included. So we adapt. We change how we speak. What we wear, what we say yes to, what we hide. Sometimes we do it so well that we forget what we looked like before we began. We blur the lines between adaptation and abandonment, between fitting in and fading out. The belonging that erases you is subtle because it gives you something real. You gain connection, community, approval, but at the same time, you lose something real. Your edge, your voice, your wildness, your truth. You begin to live as a version of yourself that was designed to be accepted. And this is dangerous, because over time you forget how to say no, how to disagree, how to stand out. You become scared of your own uniqueness, afraid that if people saw all of you, they would walk away. So you stay small, smiling, aligned, disconnected. True belonging is not about fitting in. It is about being found, being seen for who you are, not just the good parts, not just the agreeable parts, but all of it. The sharp edges, the quiet doubts, the loud passions, the messy middle. To find this kind of belonging, you have to risk being alone. You have to choose truth over approval. You have to be willing to walk away from spaces that cannot hold your full self. And that takes courage, because being alone is scary, but being erased is worse. You are not meant to blend in so perfectly that you disappear. You are meant to be known, not just liked, known, deeply, honestly, fully, and that kind of knowing begins with you. When you stop editing, when you stop shrinking, when you speak, even if your voice shakes. The belonging that erases you teaches you what not to settle for. It shows you the cost of silence, the price of being liked at the expense of being real. But it also awakens your longing for more, for spaces where you can breathe fully, where your truth is not just tolerated but treasured. You do not have to change to be loved. You do not have to hide to be accepted. You are allowed to belong without disappearing. And the moment you believe that, the erasure begins to fade. Your true self returns, and the people who truly see you begin to arrive. The choice that was chosen for you. Picture this. You are standing in front of 3 doors. Each one is marked clearly. Career, relationship, lifestyle. You believe you are making a decision. You pause. You think. You weigh the options, and then you walk through one of them, proud that you have chosen your path. But what if the doors were already built by someone else? What if the labels were written long before you could read them? What if the choice you made was never really yours? We grow up surrounded by voices that shape our thinking. Family, culture, media, teachers, friends. They do not just give us information. They give us frameworks. Subtle outlines of how life is supposed to look. And slowly, without realizing it, we begin to follow those outlines. We call them choices, but often they are inheritances. A child who is praised for being quiet learns that silence is safe. One who is rewarded for good grades learns that achievement equals worth. A teenager who is told what success looks like starts to chase it without asking why. And before long, we are adults living lives that were chosen for us in whispers and glances and unspoken expectations. It is hard to notice this at first, because these choices feel familiar. They feel comfortable. But comfort is not the same as alignment, and safety is not the same as freedom. You may feel secure, but you do not feel alive. You may be moving forward, but not in a direction that lights you up. You tell yourself this is what people do. You tell yourself this is what works. But somewhere inside, there is a quiet voice that asks, whose dream am I chasing? Whose definition of happiness am I living by? The most dangerous choices are the ones that come with applause, because they trick you into thinking they are right. But approval is not the same as truth, and popularity is not the same as authenticity. To reclaim your power, you must begin by looking closely, not at what you chose, but why you chose it. Did you pick this path because it called to you, or because someone else told you it was right? Are you living from desire or from duty? This is not an invitation to destroy your life. It is an invitation to examine it. To pause and ask, what part of my world was built for me and not by me? Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is to walk away from a life that looks perfect from the outside. To let go of the choices that were made for you and begin to make ones that reflect who you are now. You are not trapped by your past choices. You are only trapped if you never question them. The freedom you seek is not in a different path. It is in taking back the pen and writing your own direction. Not what was expected, but what is real. What is you? The rule that rewards obedience. Imagine growing up in a world where every step you take is watched. Every word you speak is measured. Every action you perform is followed by a consequence. And over time, you learn not what is true but what is allowed. You learn that the rules do not always make sense, but following them keeps you safe. You begin to trade authenticity for acceptance. This is how obedience becomes currency. You are rewarded when you behave, when you follow the structure, when you do what is expected, not what is felt. And so you adjust. You shape yourself to fit the mold. You learn the right answers, not the honest ones. At first it seems harmless. You get praise, approval, a sense of belonging. But slowly, something inside starts to shrink. Your curiosity dims, your courage dulls. You stop asking questions and start repeating what you have been told. You start to believe that being good means being quiet, but rules are not always made with your soul in mind. Some rules were created to keep things simple, to maintain order, to prevent chaos, not to nurture growth. And if you follow them blindly, you risk becoming a well-behaved stranger to yourself. The rule that rewards obedience often punishes uniqueness. It does not know how to hold contradiction. It does not welcome challenge. It wants alignment, not understanding. And so people learn to hide their real thoughts, to bury their creative urges, to silence the questions that burn quietly inside. But growth requires friction. Innovation needs disobedience, and truth demands voice. If you follow every rule without reflection, you miss the chance to discover who you are beyond what you have been taught to be. You do not have to become rebellious to be real, but you do have to become aware. You have to ask yourself, does this rule reflect my values or just my fear? Am I doing this because I believe in it or because I am afraid not to? The hardest rules to challenge are the ones that live inside your head. The rules you made up about what is allowed, what is possible, what is too much. But those are the ones that need the most light. Not every rule is wrong. Some are wise. Some protect. But the ones that make you small, the ones that punish your voice, those need to be outgrown. There is a version of you that does not follow every script, that asks new questions, that creates new patterns. That version is not dangerous. That version is free. The belief that isn't yours. Picture this. You are holding a belief in your hand like a stone. It feels solid, heavy, familiar. You carry it everywhere. You use it to explain the world, to explain yourself. But when you look closer, you realize something. You never chose this stone. It was placed in your hand a long time ago, and you never questioned it. Until now. Beliefs are powerful. They shape how we see, how we act, how we feel. But not all beliefs are born from truth. Some are inherited, passed down like old furniture. Useful, perhaps, in a different time, but out of place in your life now. From the time we are young, we are given beliefs about what is good, what is possible, what is expected. Some come through words, others through silence, through the things people never say but always imply, and we absorb them. Because we want to belong, because we want to be safe, because when you are young, questioning a belief can feel like rejecting love. But as you grow, something shifts. You start to notice cracks. You begin to feel friction between what you have been told and what you are beginning to feel. And that is where your real journey begins. Not in finding new beliefs, but in examining the old ones. What if the belief that you must always be productive is not your own? What if the belief that you must please others to be worthy is a script you inherited? What if the belief that you are not enough is someone else's wound passed down to you? You cannot change what you do not see, so the first step is awareness, not judgment, just looking. holding your beliefs up to the light and asking, where did this come from? Does this help me grow or does it hold me back? Some beliefs will feel too old to touch, too deep to shift. But even the deepest beliefs can be softened with attention, with kindness, with time. And you do not have to replace every belief immediately. Sometimes it is enough to loosen your grip, to say, maybe this is not mine. Maybe I can let it rest for a while. The beliefs that are truly yours will stay. They will rise naturally, not from fear, but from experience, from insight, from presence. Let yourself be wrong about what you thought was true. Let yourself evolve. You are not betraying anyone by changing your mind. You are returning to yourself. You are not here to carry every belief that was handed to you. You are here to build your own, stone by stone, voice by voice, truth by truth, the goal that moves away. Imagine chasing a kite on a windy hill. Every time you think you are close enough to grab it, the wind picks up and lifts it just a little further. You run, you stretch, you leap, but the kite is always just out of reach. Now imagine that this kite is your goal, the dream you are working for, the destination you thought would bring you peace, success, happiness. But no matter how hard you try, it keeps moving. Not because you are not trying hard enough, but because the closer you get, the further it seems to go. This is the goal that moves away. It is not just a dream that is hard to reach. It is a target that shifts every time you aim. It starts with a clear image. Maybe it is success. Maybe it is love. Maybe it is freedom. You define it. You work for it. You build your life around reaching it. And then, when you get close, it changes. You get the job you wanted, but now the goal is a promotion. You find love, but now the goal is proving it will last. You earn enough, but now the goal is more. The satisfaction is brief. The joy fades quickly, and the finish line keeps moving forward. This happens because many goals are not just about outcomes, they are about identity. You do not just want to achieve, you want to feel worthy. You want to feel whole. And that feeling is harder to catch than any external prize. So you keep moving, keep chasing, keep convincing yourself that the next thing will be the thing, the final thing, the complete thing. But it never is. Because the mind adapts. The moment a goal feels close, the mind creates a new one. It is not because you are greedy. It is because you are wired to evolve. But without awareness, this evolution becomes a trap. A cycle of striving with no arrival. The goal that moves away is fueled by a subtle belief that you are not enough yet, that peace is in the next step, that happiness is in the next version of your life. And as long as you believe that, the goal will always be one step ahead. Not because it is out of reach, but because it is not real. It is a reflection of your discontent, not a destination. So what do? Stop setting goals? But you start seeing them differently. You stop making your self-worth depend on arrival. You stop measuring your life in milestones. You begin to shift from outcome to process, from arrival to presence. Ask yourself, why do I want this goal? What feeling do I think it will give me? And can I find even a small taste of that feeling here and now? If you think success will give you peace, how can you invite peace into your current moment? If you think love will make you feel safe, how can you begin to create safety in your own heart? When you stop needing the goal to fix you, it stops moving away. It becomes a direction, not a condition. A compass, not a cage. You begin to live with purpose without the pressure. You move forward not to become enough, but because you already are. The goal that moves away teaches you that joy is not hidden in the finish line. It is scattered across the path. It is in the mornings you show up, in the nights you rest, in the moments you choose presence over perfection. You can still dream, you can still build, but let the dream pull you gently, not push you endlessly. Let the goal inspire you, not consume you. And most of all, let yourself arrive, not someday, but now. The reflection that watches back. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror in a quiet room. You look into your own eyes. And for a moment, something strange happens. It feels like the reflection is not just showing you your face, but observing you, studying you, asking questions without speaking. It is still you, but it is also something else. A witness, a watcher, a silent presence behind your image. This is the reflection that watches back. It is not just glass and light. It is a psychological doorway, a reminder that there is more to you than what the world sees. It is the part of you that sees you, the part that stays even when you hide from others. When you look into a mirror, what do you see? Maybe you see your flaws, the curve of your mouth, the tiredness in your eyes. Or maybe you see an identity, a role, a name. But beneath all of that, something else is looking. Something deeper, something still. This deeper reflection is always there, not just in mirrors, in thoughts, in silence, in those moments when you step outside of yourself and observe, when you notice your own reaction, when you hear your own voice as if it belongs to someone else. That is the watcher, the inner mirror, the self behind the self. And it is powerful, because it can change how you experience your life. When you are lost in emotion, it can ground you. When you are caught in thought, it can step back. When you feel small, it can remind you that you are not just the one feeling fear. You are also the one seeing the fear. But we forget this watcher. We get caught in the surface, in the masks we wear, in the roles we play. We live as if we are only the reflection, not the one reflecting. We mistake the image for the essence. The reflection that watches back is not judging you. It is not trying to change you. It is just present. It is curious. It is aware. And that awareness is freedom. Because the more you notice it, the more you realize that you are not just your thoughts. You are not just your moods. You are not even your identity. You are the space in which all of it happens. The awareness that remains steady even when everything else shifts. And when you begin to live from that space, something softens. You stop needing to control everything. You stop needing to prove yourself. You begin to witness your life, not just react to it. Try this. Next time you look in a mirror, pause. Look beyond the face. Look into the eyes. Ask, who is looking? Who is seeing this body, this story, this moment? And then listen, not with your ears, but with your presence. Feel the quiet that follows, the subtle watching. That is the part of you that does not need approval, that does not age, that does not cling, that just sees. And in seeing, it frees you from the noise, from the fear, from the endless search for identity. The reflection that watches back is not separate from you. It is the deepest part of you. The stillness inside the storm. The truth beneath the mask. It is always there, waiting, watching, inviting you to come home to yourself. The touch that changes memory. Imagine someone places their hand gently on your shoulder. The touch is light, kind, meaningful, and suddenly, a memory stirs. Not a clear image, not a perfect recall, but a feeling, a scent, a sense of time. That touch did not just land on your skin. It reached into your past. It reminded your body of something you did not even know you remembered. This is the touch that changes memory. It is not always physical. It can be a word, a smell, a song, a moment. But it shifts something inside you. It unlocks hidden stories. It reshapes what you thought you knew. It alters how you remember. We like to think of memory as a library, a place where everything is stored neatly. But memory is more like a living painting. It changes every time you look at it. Every time you recall something, you are not just retrieving the past, you are rewriting it. Touch, in all its forms, is one of the tools that rewrites. A single moment of warmth can make a difficult memory softer. A harsh gesture can make a once neutral moment feel painful. This is why your memories shift over time. Not because they are false, but because you are alive. You are growing. You are seeing through new eyes. The body remembers things the mind forgets. A scent can bring back childhood. A sound can bring back a heartbreak. And a touch, even years later, can bring back an emotion buried deep under time. But it can also heal it. The touch that changes memory is not always about the past. It can also shape how you experience your story in the present. A kind word can change how you see yourself. A hug can change how you carry your pain. A hand held at the right time can remind you that you are not alone. But just as touch can heal, it can also harm. Unwanted touch, harsh words, moments of rejection. These too shape memory. They leave imprints not just on the skin, but on the soul. And sometimes, those imprints stay longer than the actual event. This is why awareness matters. Because the way you touch others, with your hands, with your words, with your presence, can echo inside them. You are not just interacting, you are shaping memory. You are adding color to someone else's inner painting. And the same is true for you. When you begin to offer yourself gentler touches, kinder words, more compassion, your own memories begin to shift. You begin to see your younger self not with judgment, but with love. Not as someone who failed, but as someone who was learning, someone who survived. Memory is not fixed. It is fluid. It bends. It breathes. And touch is one of the ways it moves. You can carry pain for years, and then a single moment of safety can begin to change the entire narrative. Not erase it, but soften it. Reframe it. The touch that changes memory reminds you that you are not trapped in the past, that every moment is a chance to feel differently, to see differently, to heal a little more. You are not just a collection of what happened to you. You are also the one who chooses how to hold it now. And sometimes, all it takes is the right touch to begin again. The guilt that feels righteous. Imagine someone handing you a weight and telling you it is love. You hold it tight, you carry it everywhere. And even though it tires you, even though it bends your back, you refuse to put it down. Because somewhere along the way, you were told that carrying guilt means you care. That holding pain means you are good. This is how guilt can dress itself in righteousness. It makes you believe that feeling bad is the price of being kind. That punishing yourself is the same as being accountable. That if you do not suffer for your mistakes, you must not have a conscience. But guilt, left unchecked, is not justice. It is not clarity. It is a loop, a cycle that plays the same memory, the same regret, the same apology in your head again and again until the present is drowned in echoes of the past. And the hardest part is that guilt feels noble. It feels responsible. Like you are doing something right by not letting yourself forget. But in reality, guilt does not fix. It only freezes. It stops you from moving forward. It keeps you in a moment that cannot be changed. There is a difference between guilt and growth. Guilt says, I did something wrong, and I must carry it forever. Growth says, I did something wrong, and I must learn from it. Guilt wants to trap you in shame. Growth wants to free you through understanding. Sometimes people will reinforce your guilt, not because they want you to suffer, but because they see your guilt as a sign that you are safe, that you will not hurt them, that you will always try to make things right. But being controlled by guilt is not the same as being trustworthy. It is just being scared of being seen as wrong again. You do not need guilt to prove you have a heart. You do not need guilt to stay responsible. What you need is awareness. You need reflection. You need the courage to face what happened and the wisdom to know when it is time to move forward. You can forgive yourself without forgetting. You can let go of the guilt and still hold on to the lesson. You can heal without erasing the pain, and you can grow without carrying it every step of the way. There is nothing righteous about self-punishment. There is nothing holy about hating yourself for being human. Let your guilt be a visitor, not a resident. Let it show you what needs to change, and then let it leave. What remains is not your shame. What remains is your strength, the smile that demands loyalty. Picture this. You are in a room full of people. One person smiles at you, warm and inviting. You smile back. It feels simple, natural. But then that smile lingers, and with it comes an unspoken weight, a pressure, a sense that something has been exchanged. And now you owe something. Smiles can mean many things. They can welcome, they can comfort, but they can also control. Sometimes A smile does not say, "I am happy to see you." It says, "You better not disappoint me. You better keep me happy. You better stay where I can see you." This is the smile that demands loyalty. It does not shout. It does not accuse. It whispers through expectations. It binds you with kindness that is not really kindness. It makes you feel responsible for someone else's emotions. It tricks you into thinking that keeping them pleased is your duty. We rarely question this kind of manipulation because it does not look like manipulation. It looks like affection. It feels like connection. But underneath, there is a quiet tension, a fear that if you stop agreeing, stop pleasing, stop performing, that smile will vanish and be replaced with disappointment or withdrawal. You find yourself nodding when you disagree. You find yourself staying when you want to leave. You find yourself shrinking so someone else can keep smiling. Not because you want to lie, but because you were taught that loyalty means sacrifice. That being close to someone means losing parts of yourself. But real loyalty is not about submission. It is about trust. It is not about always saying yes. It is about being real even when the truth is hard. It is not about smiling back no matter what. It is about knowing when a smile is a mask, not a mirror. Some people will only love you as long as you do not challenge them. They will confuse loyalty with obedience. They will use approval as a leash, and the more you comply, the tighter it gets. You are allowed to question what you are giving your loyalty to. You are allowed to wonder if the connection is built on truth or on performance. You are allowed to step back from relationships that reward you only when you forget yourself. A smile should not come with strings. Love should not feel like a contract. Connection should not require a constant performance. There is a difference between loyalty and control, between warmth and pressure, between kindness and quiet manipulation. And once you see that difference, you begin to reclaim your boundaries. You begin to smile without fear. You begin to belong without being owned. The role you never auditioned for. Imagine walking onto a stage you have never seen before. The lights are on. The audience is silent. A script is handed to you. But you never auditioned. You were never told what this show was about. And yet, here you are, playing a part you never chose. This is what happens when people assign you roles based on their needs, not your truth. Maybe you are the strong one in the family, the one who never breaks. Maybe you are the peacemaker in your circle, the one who always calms the storm. Maybe you are the quiet one, the smart one, the funny one, the one who always shows up. At first, it feels like a compliment. People rely on you. They see you a certain way. But over time, the role becomes heavy. You start to feel trapped inside the version of you that makes others comfortable. You smile even when you are hurting. You give even when you are empty. You say yes even when everything inside says no. Not because you want to lie, but because you believe this is who you are supposed to be. But no role, no matter how flattering, should cost you your authenticity. You are not here to perform someone else's expectations. You are not here to carry the weight of stories that were written without your voice. Sometimes the role is not even spoken, it is just assumed. And the longer you play it, the more invisible your real self becomes. You start to forget what you actually want, what actually matters to you. You lose track of where the role ends, and you begin. But the beautiful thing about roles is that they can be rewritten. You can step off the stage, you can put down the script, you can say, "I am not this character anymore." This might confuse people. It might even upset them, because your role made things easier for them. But you were not born to be easy for others. You were born to be whole. And wholeness sometimes means becoming unfamiliar to those who only knew the role. You are allowed to grow out of the roles you were cast in. You are allowed to discover parts of yourself that do not fit the script. You are allowed to disappoint the story if it means finally becoming the truth. There is a life beyond the role, a life where you are not defined by what others need, but by what your soul reveals. It takes courage to step into that life, but once you do, you will never want to play someone else again. The agreement that binds you, picture a child learning how to behave. Each time they speak their mind and it causes discomfort, they are told to be quiet. Each time they cry too loud, they are told to be strong. Each time they ask too many questions, they are told to stop thinking so much. Slowly, quietly, the child begins to understand. There are rules here, and to stay safe, to be loved, to belong, they must agree, not with their voice, but with their behavior, with their silence, with their shaping. These are the first agreements, and they stay. This is the agreement that binds you, the silent contracts you make with the world without even knowing. You do not sign them with ink, you sign them with choices, with the moments you stayed quiet to avoid judgment, with the times you smiled to keep the peace, with the way you said yes even when everything in you wanted to say no. We learn early that approval comes with conditions, that love often asks for compromise, that safety sometimes means shrinking, and because we want to feel safe and seen, we agree. We agree to dim our light, to play small, to wear the mask, to follow the path. These agreements shape our beliefs. They shape our identity. They shape the way we move through the world. The trouble is not that we made these agreements. The trouble is that we forgot we made them. They become so normal that we stop noticing. We start to believe that this is just who we are, that this is how life works. But deep down, something feels tight, like a rope around the heart, like a hand over the mouth, like walking through life half asleep. To awaken is to remember, to pause and ask, what agreements am I still living under? Who taught me that I must always be the strong one? Who convinced me that asking for help is weakness? Who told me that success means sacrifice? And do I still want to agree with that? Not all agreements are wrong. Some protect us. Some teach us discipline. But many become prisons, invisible walls that keep us from our true self. And they only hold power as long as we believe them, as long as we keep saying yes. You are allowed to break the contract. You are allowed to rewrite the rules. You are allowed to change your mind. That is not betrayal. That is liberation. Growth is not about making new agreements. It is about breaking the old ones that no longer serve you. The agreement that binds you is not a curse. It is a clue. It shows you where you stopped choosing, where you gave your power away. And once you see it, you can begin to reclaim it, slowly, gently, without guilt. You do not have to fight the world. You just have to stop abandoning yourself. You do not have to burn everything down. You just have to stop signing invisible papers with your silence. Start small. Say what you really feel. Ask for what you need. Let someone see you unfiltered. These are acts of revolution. These are how you begin to loosen the chains. The agreement that binds you does not need a lawyer to break. It just needs truth. And truth, once spoken, cannot be silenced again. The truth that protects the lie. Imagine someone holding a cup of water that is half full. They look at it and say, "This is enough." And maybe it is. But they never refill it. They never ask if there could be more. Because they have told themselves it is enough. And because the statement is true, they stop exploring. They stop growing. The truth has become a shield, a comfort, a justification. And beneath it, quietly, sits a lie. This is the truth that protects the lie. It is not the obvious falsehoods that keep us stuck. It is the partial truths, the half-accurate beliefs, the stories that sound wise but hide something deeper. They are harder to see, because they are not fully wrong. They are just incomplete. And because they contain truth, we rarely question them. You tell yourself you are tired, so you do not try. That is true. You are tired. But beneath that is the lie that effort is pointless. You tell yourself you are being realistic. That is true. But beneath that is the lie that dreaming big is foolish. You tell yourself it is safer to stay where you are. That is also true. But beneath that is the lie that growth will destroy you. Truth is powerful, but it can be used like armor, a way to block change, a way to avoid facing discomfort. And when truth becomes a hiding place, it begins to protect the very lies we need to uncover. This happens in relationships. You say, "I know this person loves me." And it is true, but beneath it is the lie that love must mean staying, even when the love hurts. It happens in work. You say, "I am good at what I do." That is true, but beneath it is the lie that doing more would risk failure. It happens in the stories we tell about ourselves. I have always been this way. That is true. But it hides the lie that you cannot change. We cling to truths because they make us feel certain, safe, validated. But we must ask, what is this truth protecting, and what fear is hiding behind it? To grow is not to throw away truth. It is to expand it, to look at it from all angles, to ask what else is also true. Maybe you are tired, but maybe you are also ready. Maybe it is scary to change, but maybe staying is scarier. Maybe the truth is that you are enough, but maybe you also want more. The truth that protects the lie is not your enemy. It is a teacher. It shows you where your edges are, where your comfort lives, and where your fear pretends to be wisdom. You can still honor what is true, but do not let it become a ceiling. Do not let it become a cage. Let it be a step, a starting point, a doorway into deeper understanding. Your truth is always evolving, and so must your courage to see beyond it. The truth that protects the lie begins to dissolve when you dare to ask the second question, the uncomfortable one, the one that might change everything, the pattern that fakes free will. Picture a man standing at a crossroads. There are many paths ahead. He believes he can choose any one. He feels free. He takes a step, then another. But if you look closely, you see he always picks the same kind of road, always walks the same way, always ends up in the same kind of place. He does not see the pattern, but the pattern sees him. It is choosing for him, while letting him feel like he is choosing. This is the pattern that fakes free will. It is the repetition in your life that hides under the surface of choice. It is the script that runs quietly while you think you are the writer. You feel like you are making new decisions, but you are often just playing out old habits, old beliefs, old wounds. You react the same way when you are hurt. You pull away. You pretend not to care. You choose the same kind of partner, the one who needs fixing, the one who keeps you proving your worth. You chase the same kind of success, the one that exhausts you but never fills you. And all of it feels like choice, because the pattern is smart. It does not tell you what to do. It just creates conditions where your past feels like your idea. It uses memory to shape desire. It uses fear to shape limits. And it lets you feel like you are free. But freedom is not the absence of rules. It is the awareness of them. You are not trapped because you repeat. You are trapped when you do not realize you are repeating, when the loop becomes invisible. These patterns come from childhood, from society, from trauma, from repetition. You were shaped by what helped you survive, and those patterns helped you then. But they may not help you now. They may be choosing for you when you are ready to choose for yourself. To break the pattern, you must first see it. You must trace the loop. Ask yourself, what do I always do when I feel unsafe? What do I chase again and again but never seem to catch? What kind of pain feels strangely familiar? Then gently interrupt it. Choose a different response. Take a breath before reacting. Speak when you would usually stay silent. Stay when you would usually run. Or walk away when you would usually stay. It will feel wrong at first, unnatural, because the pattern is strong. But each time you choose differently, the pattern weakens. Each act of awareness breaks the illusion of free will and brings real freedom closer. The pattern that fakes free will is not malicious. It is protective, but it is also outdated. And it cannot evolve until you do, until you see it not as who you are, but as who you learn to be. You are not just the actor. You are also the observer. And when you begin to observe, you begin to choose. Truly choose, not just repeat. And that is when free will begins. Not when the options appear, but when the pattern breaks. The boundary that betrays you. Imagine drawing a line in the sand and telling yourself that this is where you end and the world begins. This is your space. This is your safety. But what happens when the very line you drew becomes the reason you feel trapped? What happens when the boundary that was meant to protect you begins to isolate you? We are taught that boundaries are important, that they keep us safe. that they help define who we are and what we will allow. And that is true. Boundaries can be acts of self-respect. They can be shields that help us stay grounded in a chaotic world. But not all boundaries are healthy. Some are built from fear, not clarity. Some are created during moments of hurt and never adjusted when we healed. And so we continue to live within the limits of old wounds. You might think your boundary is strength, but sometimes it is a wall made of old pain pretending to be strength. Sometimes it is a story that says, I cannot trust others. I cannot show weakness. I cannot let people in. And that story becomes the shape of your life. It starts small. You stop opening up. You stop asking for help. You keep everything contained. People call you independent. They call you strong. But inside, there is a quiet loneliness, a sense that no one really knows you. And that is because they do not. You have kept them just far enough away to feel safe, but also far enough that you feel alone. The boundary that betrays you is the one you do not revisit, the one you do not question, the one you built in survival and then forgot to re-examine in peace. It is the boundary that keeps the world out but also keeps your growth in. True boundaries are flexible. They grow as you grow. They change shape as you evolve. They protect without isolating. They create space, not silence. Ask yourself, what boundaries have I created that no longer serve me? What lines have I drawn that keep me from connecting? What limits have I set that are really just masks for fear? The answer is not to tear down every wall. It is to open a door in the ones that matter, to let in the people who see you, to let in the parts of yourself that you have locked out. You deserve safety, but you also deserve connection. And that begins when you stop hiding behind the boundary and start standing inside it with clarity and choice. Not because you are afraid, but because you are ready to live with your whole self, not just the guarded parts. The logic that can't be escaped. Picture a person standing in a room full of mirrors. Every step they take shows them a new reflection, but the reflections do not match. Some are distorted. Some are upside down. Some look nothing like them at all. They want to leave the room, but no matter where they turn, they are still inside it, because the walls are made of logic. And logic is the very thing that keeps them from stepping out. We are taught to trust logic, to think clearly, to reason through life, to make sense of everything, and in many ways that is powerful. It helps us understand patterns, solve problems, navigate chaos. But logic, when worshipped without balance, becomes a trap. It becomes a cage that keeps emotion out and confusion in. The mind wants answers. It wants resolution. So it keeps thinking, keeps turning the same thoughts over and over. You try to solve a feeling with logic. You try to explain away your sadness. You try to dissect your anxiety. But feelings do not respond to logic. They respond to presence. And when logic fails to resolve them, you feel stuck. Like something is wrong. Like you are not thinking hard enough. But the problem is not your mind. It is the overuse of it. Some of the deepest truths in life are not logical. They are paradoxical. They are felt, not solved. They live in the spaces between answers. And trying to force them into neat little boxes only makes the box tighter. You cannot think your way out of every problem. Some problems dissolve when you stop analyzing and start listening. When you let the heart speak without needing it to be reasonable. When you allow space for the irrational, the intuitive, the unexplained. There is a kind of peace that logic cannot give you. It is the peace of not needing to know, not needing to control, not needing to explain every detail before you can rest. This does not mean abandoning logic. It means giving it its proper place. Let it be a guide, not a god. Let it help you move, but do not let it silence the parts of you that whisper in other languages. You are not here to solve life. You are here to live it. And living sometimes means stepping out of the room of mirrors, even if you do not know what lies beyond. Trust that your heart has eyes too. The memory that was implanted. Imagine waking up one day with a vivid memory. You see the colors, you hear the sounds, you feel the emotions. It is real to you. But then someone gently tells you that never happened, at least not in the way you remember. And suddenly, your certainty crumbles. Because if this memory is not yours, what else might not be? Memory is a tricky thing. It feels permanent, concrete, like a recording that you can replay whenever you need to remember who you are. But memory is not a recording. It is a construction. And like all constructions, it is shaped by the tools used to build it. We do not remember events exactly as they happened. We remember how they made us feel. We remember the stories we told ourselves afterward. We remember what others told us to remember. Over time, those memories shift. They blend with suggestion, with belief, with repetition. And sometimes, without realizing it, we carry memories that were planted in us by someone else's version of the story. A parent tells you that you were always difficult, so you remember yourself that way. A friend says you overreacted, so your memory becomes quieter, smaller. Society tells you what beauty looks like, what success feels like, what normal should be. And slowly, your memories start to reflect those ideals, even if they were never truly yours. These implanted memories shape your identity. You begin to believe them. You defend them. You build your choices around them. But every now and then you feel a disconnect, a sense that something does not add up, that the story you are telling yourself about your past is missing your own voice. Reclaiming your memory means questioning it gently, not accusing your past of lying, but asking it to clarify. Asking yourself, is this how I felt, or how I was told to feel? Is this my memory, or someone else's impression that I absorbed? It takes courage to look back with new eyes. But it also brings freedom. Because when you release the memories that were not truly yours, you make space for your real story to emerge. You are not bound to a history that was written without your hand. You are allowed to rewrite your understanding of what happened. Not to change the facts, but to reclaim the meaning. The truth is not always in what you remember. Sometimes it is in what you have forgotten to trust in yourself. The decision that isn't yours. Imagine walking down a path that splits into two. You stand there, staring at the fork, believing you have a choice to make. But then you realize someone already made the decision for you. Not directly, not with words, but through influence, through pressure, through fear. And so you keep walking, not toward your future, but toward their expectations. So many of the choices we make are not truly ours. They are echoes of what we were taught. Reflections of who we were told to be. We believe we are choosing, but often we are just following the strongest voice in the room, the loudest rule in our memory, the deepest fear we have not yet faced. You pick a career that feels secure, not because it excites you, but because someone once said stability matters more than passion. You stay in a relationship because leaving feels like failure. You say yes when you mean no, because you do not want to be seen as difficult. And in all of this, you tell yourself you are making decisions. But inside, you feel the tension, the quiet rebellion. The voice that says this is not me. This is not mine. The hardest part of becoming yourself is separating your voice from the chorus that raised you. It means disappointing people. It means facing the silence that comes when you stop following the script. But the moment you recognize that a decision was not truly yours, you gain the power to make it again. This time, with clarity, with presence, with freedom. You do not need to undo your whole life. You just need to ask yourself one question. Am I choosing this because I want to, or because I feel I have to? The first answer that comes may be foggy, but keep asking, keep listening, keep digging. Your voice is in there, waiting beneath the noise, waiting for permission. You do not need anyone else to give you that permission. You are the author now. And every decision from this point forward can be a sentence in a story that you finally recognize as your own. The reality built from emotion. Picture standing in a room painted with your own emotions. If you feel calm, the room is soft and warm. If you feel fear, the walls seem to close in. If you feel joy, everything brightens. Nothing in the room changes, except how you feel inside. And yet, the entire room feels different. That is the power of emotion. It does not just affect you, it shapes your entire reality. We often believe that we see the world as it is, but we do not. We see it as we feel. Emotion is not just something we carry. It is something we use to build. It colors our memories. It filters our conversations. It influences our choices. And over time, it creates a version of reality that feels solid, but is actually fluid. Two people can experience the same moment and walk away with two completely different stories. Not because the facts were different, but because their emotions shaped their understanding. This is not a flaw. It is a function of being human. But it becomes a trap when we forget that our emotional lens is just that, a lens, not the full picture. You get angry, and suddenly everyone feels like an enemy. You feel sad, and everything feels heavy. You feel rejected, and every silence feels like proof that you are not wanted. The danger is not in feeling these things. The danger is in believing they are the only truth. To see clearly, you must first feel clearly. That means making space for your emotions without letting them define your world. That means saying, I feel this right now, but I know it is not everything. When you learn to hold your emotions gently, they begin to teach you instead of control you. They show you where your attention is stuck, where your wounds still ache, where your needs are not being met. And from that place of awareness, your reality begins to shift. Not because the world changed, but because your relationship to it did. You are not the prisoner of your emotions. You are the interpreter, the builder, the one who decides what to do with the color they bring. Let yourself feel fully. But also remember, you are the painter, not the paint. The one who can change the room by changing the way you see. The obsession that masquerades as passion. Imagine someone working late into the night. Their room is dimly lit, surrounded by notes, screens, lists, ideas. They are focused, driven. The clock moves forward, but they stay locked in, lost in what they call their purpose. From the outside, it looks like passion, the kind that inspires, the kind people admire. But deep inside, it does not feel like joy. It feels like urgency, like pressure, like a quiet panic that never leaves. This is the obsession that masquerades as passion. It is easy to praise it. Society rewards those who grind, who never stop, who chase greatness without sleep. We call them ambitious, motivated, relentless. But there is a difference between being pulled by passion and being chased by obsession. One nourishes, the other consumes. Obsession wears the costume of passion. It looks similar on the surface. Long hours, deep focus, constant movement. But the energy behind it is different. Passion feels like flow. Obsession feels like escape. Passion creates space for rest. Obsession fears rest. Passion is rooted in love for the work. Obsession is rooted in fear of who you are without the work. Obsession starts when passion is taken over by the need for control. When you stop doing it because you love it, and start doing it because you are afraid of falling behind, of being forgotten, of not being enough, you start tying your worth to progress, your identity to achievement. You cannot slow down, because slowing down feels like disappearing, and the more people praise you for it, the harder it is to see the truth. They admire your drive, not knowing it is fueled by anxiety. They cheer for your results, not knowing you have not felt peace in months. So you keep going, not because you want to, but because you do not know how to stop. Obsession isolates. It disconnects you from your body, your relationships, your moments. It tells you everything else can wait. That rest is weakness. That slowing down means losing the race. And because you believe it, you start shrinking your world to only the work. But work is not the enemy. Desire is not the problem. The problem is when your work becomes a way to avoid yourself. When your effort is not coming from inspiration, but from the fear of stillness. Because stillness would force you to face the silence inside. To tell the difference, ask yourself, does this energize me or drain me? Do I feel free in this or trapped by it? Am I doing this to express or to prove? When passion is real, it breathes life into you. It makes space for other parts of you to exist. But obsession narrows you down into a single function. It makes you feel like your value depends on output. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to change. You are allowed to love your work and still step away from it. You do not need to burn for it to be real. You do not need to suffer to earn your place. The obsession that masquerades as passion is a call to come home to yourself, to remember that your worth is not in what you produce, that your identity is not a machine, that the truest passion is the one that includes your peace. The applause that controls. Picture standing on a stage. The lights are warm, the faces in the crowd are watching. You finish speaking, and the room erupts with claps. Your chest rises. Your heart swells. You feel seen, valued, important. Then you step off the stage. The clapping stops, and a strange quiet sets in. You feel a pull to get back up there, to do something else they will like, to hear the sound again. This is the applause that controls. It does not come with chains or commands. It comes with approval, with validation, with recognition, and it feels good. Of course it does. We are wired to want connection, to feel accepted. Applause tells us we matter, that we belong, that we did something right. But it also sets a pattern. If you are not careful, the applause becomes your compass. You start doing more of what earns it, less of what does not. You shape your choices to keep the audience happy. And slowly, your freedom shrinks. You begin to fear silence. You avoid risks that might disappoint others. You second-guess your instincts because they might not be popular. Your creativity becomes performance. Your truth becomes strategy. You start choosing applause over authenticity. And the hardest part is it all looks like success. People love you. They celebrate you. But deep inside, you feel like you are performing, like you cannot stop, like you are becoming a version of yourself built to please. This happens in careers, in relationships, in families. When your value is tied to how well you fit into what others want, you stop asking what you truly want. You forget what your voice sounds like without the crowd. Applause is not bad. It can encourage. It can uplift. But it becomes dangerous when you need it to feel whole. When its absence makes you feel invisible. When its sound matters more than your own truth. To break free from it, you must learn to sit in the quiet. To speak even when no one claps. To act even when no one notices. To trust that your worth does not rise and fall with the volume of the room. Ask yourself, what would I do if no one applauded? What would I create if no one watched? Who would I be if I were not performing? The applause that controls loses its grip when you return to your center. When you find joy not in how loud the world responds, but in how true you feel while doing it. Then, applause becomes a bonus, not a requirement, a gift, not a leash. You are allowed to be celebrated, but you are also allowed to be silent, and still whole, and still enough. The trauma that teaches loyalty. Picture a child who learns early that love comes with rules, that affection must be earned, that safety is fragile. Maybe they are not abandoned, but they are made to feel like they could be. That loyalty means obedience. That love means staying, even when it hurts. This is the trauma that teaches loyalty. It is not always violent. It can be quiet. It can come through subtle expectations, emotional absence, unstable attachment. But it leaves a deep imprint. It tells you that your survival depends on staying close to those who hurt you. That leaving means danger. That loyalty is love, no matter the cost. And so you grow up loyal to dysfunction, loyal to pain, loyal to people who drain you. You stay in relationships that wound you because leaving feels like betrayal. You forgive what should not be forgiven because disconnection feels worse than disrespect. This loyalty looks noble, it looks like devotion, like commitment. But underneath is fear. Fear of being alone. Fear of being unsafe. Fear of being unloved. You are not staying because it feels right. You are staying because it feels familiar. And familiarity is powerful. The body remembers. It craves the patterns it knows, even when they hurt, even when they suffocate. Because trauma teaches that known pain is safer than unknown peace. This shows up in work too, in communities, in beliefs. You stay loyal to systems that devalue you because you have learned that to walk away is selfish, that questioning is rebellion, that separation means shame. But true loyalty should never cost you your soul. Real love does not demand your silence. Real safety does not require you to bleed. To heal, you must first name the pattern. Ask yourself, who taught me that loyalty means staying no matter what? Who taught me that love must hurt? Who taught me that leaving means failure? Then, you begin to rewrite it. You learn that loyalty to yourself is not betrayal, that walking away is sometimes the most loving act, that you are allowed to choose peace over proof. The trauma that teaches loyalty wants you to believe you owe your life to others, that your worth is tied to how much you endure. But your healing begins when you realize you do not owe anyone your suffering. You do not have to prove your love by disappearing. You can still care, still love, still grieve, and still leave. That is not betrayal. That is self-respect. The identity that is fed by others. Imagine walking through a hallway of mirrors. Each one reflects a different version of you. In one, you are the achiever. In another, the peacemaker. In another, the rebel. You keep walking, adjusting, shifting, performing. Every mirror rewards a different part, and slowly you forget which one is the real you. This is the identity that is fed by others. It forms quietly, over time, based on feedback, expectation, survival. You learn who people want you to be, and you become it. Not because you are fake, but because you are human. Because belonging matters. Because acceptance feels like air. You are praised for being helpful, so you stop asking for help. You are praised for being smart, so you stop taking risks. You are praised for being quiet, so you silence your truth, and it works. You are liked, respected, maybe even admired, but inside you feel hollow, because the identity you carry was built on reflection, not revelation. It came from the outside in, not the inside out. You start to fear change, because change means losing approval. You fear honesty, because honesty might disappoint. You fear being misunderstood, because your identity has become your mask, your safety net, your script. But identity should not be a performance. It should be a home, a place you return to, a place that holds all of you, not just the polished parts, but the wild ones, the tender ones, the uncertain ones. To return to yourself, you must first ask, who am I when no one is watching? What parts of me have I hidden to stay accepted? What truth have I muted to keep the peace? Then, begin to choose. Speak when it is hard. Say no when it is easier to say yes. Be seen in your full expression, even if it shakes. Let your identity come from your core, not from applause. The identity that is fed by others is fragile, because the moment their opinions change, so does your sense of self. But the identity that is fed by truth is steady, because it does not need permission to exist. You are not here to play a role. You are here to be whole. The opinion that owns you. Picture someone scrolling through comments on a post they made. 90 people are kind. One is cruel. And that one sticks. It repeats in their mind. It lingers. It shapes their mood, their belief, their next move. Not because it is true, but because they gave it power. This is the opinion that owns you. It is not just feedback. It is not just disagreement. It is when someone else's view becomes the voice inside your own head. It is when you let their lens shape your reality. It starts subtly. A parent who criticizes your choices. A friend who mocks your dreams. A stranger who questions your worth. You absorb it. You carry it. You begin to edit yourself before they even speak. And the more you internalize, the more you lose touch with your own truth. You stop asking what you think. You ask what they would think. You start avoiding the things you love, just to avoid judgment. You start shrinking, hoping to stay safe. But safety built on silence is not safety. It is surrender. And the more you surrender, the more you become a reflection of their fears instead of an expression of your truth. Opinions are everywhere, And not all are harmful. Some can teach, some can sharpen. But no opinion should own you. No voice should replace your own. To take back your power, begin with awareness. Notice when you change your choice to avoid a reaction. When you hold back a truth to avoid discomfort. When you abandon a dream because someone else did not understand it. Then, return to your voice. Speak it, even if it shakes, even if it offends, even if it is messy. You are allowed to be misunderstood. You are allowed to disappoint. You are allowed to think differently. The opinion that owns you only has power because you believed it. But you can stop believing. You can listen and still not agree. You can hear and still hold your ground. Your mind is your own. Do not rent it out. Do not give it away. Protect it with presence, with clarity, with courage. Because your opinion matters. And it is time to let it speak louder than the one that tried to silence it. The voice that trains you. Imagine a small child standing in front of a mirror, trying to fix their hair, their shirt, their smile, all because they remember a voice that once told them to look presentable. That voice is not there anymore, but the echo remains. It whispers in quiet moments. It gives orders without raising its volume. And the child listens, even when they grow up. Because the voice has become internal. We all have a voice like this. It shows up when we hesitate, when we doubt, when we try to express ourselves but suddenly pull back. This voice may sound like a parent, a teacher, a friend, or even a stranger. But over time, it stops being theirs and becomes ours. It blends into our thoughts so well that we forget it was ever separate. This is the voice that trains you. It teaches you what to fear, what to chase, what to avoid, and what to repeat. Sometimes it is helpful. It warns you of danger. It reminds you of your values. But sometimes it limits you. It becomes strict. It punishes your instincts. It tells you that being yourself is too risky. You may think your thoughts are always your own, but often they are rehearsals. Old scripts repeated so often that they feel like truth. You are not smart enough. You should not speak up. You must always be polite. You must always be useful. These are not just thoughts. They are rules disguised as wisdom. The danger is not in having the voice. The danger is in never questioning it. When you let the voice speak without interruption, you forget that there is another voice beneath it. A quieter one. One that does not criticize but understands. One that does not punish but guides. To hear that voice, you must pause. You must notice when you are being trained by fear instead of curiosity. When your choices are shaped by avoiding discomfort instead of embracing growth. Ask yourself, who taught me this rule? Is it helping me become more alive or more afraid? Does this voice build me or shrink me? You cannot silence the voice completely, but you can talk back. You can say, I hear you, but I choose differently. You can let it speak and still walk your own path. Training does not have to mean control. It can mean awareness. And the moment you become aware of the voice, you stop being its student. You become its observer. And eventually, its teacher. The doubt that becomes belief. Picture a drop of ink falling into a glass of water. At first, it is just a spot, barely noticeable. But slowly it spreads. It colors everything. That is what doubt does. It starts as a small whisper, a single moment of hesitation. But if left unchecked, it becomes the lens through which you see everything. We all doubt ourselves. In decisions, in relationships, in moments of silence when the mind wanders to what might go wrong. Doubt is not always loud. Sometimes it is soft. It pretends to be reasonable. It hides behind questions. Are you sure? What if you fail? What if they laugh? And you answer these questions not with logic but with fear. You say maybe not. Maybe I should wait. Maybe I am not ready. And without realizing it, doubt becomes your default setting. Over time, doubt stops asking and starts declaring, you are not good enough. You will never succeed. You are a burden. And because the voice sounds like your own, you believe it. You think it is truth, but it is not. It is a belief that grew in silence, that was never challenged. Beliefs are powerful. They shape how you show up in the world. If you believe you cannot lead, you will avoid opportunities. If you believe you are unlovable, you will sabotage connection. If you believe you are weak, you will never test your strength. The problem is not that you have doubt. The problem is that you let it harden into belief without asking where it came from. Who planted it? Was it based on truth, or on a single moment of failure that you never let go? To change a belief, you must return to the doubt. You must catch it before it spreads. You must ask, what if this is not true? What if this doubt is a question, not a sentence? Belief is not a fact, it is a choice. And you can choose again. You can choose to believe in your growth, in your resilience, in your right to be here fully and freely. Doubt will visit, that is human. But you do not have to build a home for it. Let it pass through, let it speak, but then thank it and let it leave. What remains is not certainty, but clarity. A deeper trust in yourself that does not need to be perfect to be real. The joke that isn't funny anymore. Imagine someone laughing at a joke you have heard 100 times. At first, you laughed too. It felt light. It felt like connection. But then, the joke keeps coming. It begins to poke at something deeper, and your laugh becomes a shield. You laugh, but inside it stings. And you wonder, why is this still happening? Humor is powerful. It brings people together. It softens pain. It makes the hard things easier to hold. But sometimes, humor becomes a way to hide, to deflect, to avoid. And sometimes, it becomes a way to harm. You might be the one making the joke. About yourself, about your past, about your pain. You do it because it makes others comfortable. Because if you laugh first, they cannot hurt you. Because if you turn your wounds into entertainment, at least they will not be ignored. Or maybe the joke is coming from someone else. Someone close. Someone who says they are just teasing. Who tells you to lighten up. And so you do. You laugh along. But the laughter feels thin. Forced. Because what they call a joke is actually a message. And the message is that your feelings do not matter. The joke that is not funny anymore is the one that keeps repeating even after it hurts, the one that disguises pain as play, the one that makes you question if you are allowed to take yourself seriously. You are. You are allowed to say, "That is not funny to me." You are allowed to stop laughing. You are allowed to walk away from humor that costs you your dignity. It does not mean you lack a sense of humor. It means you are protecting your sense of self. It means you are choosing respect over performance. There is nothing wrong with laughing at yourself. But there is something wrong with needing to do it so others feel better. There is something wrong with shrinking into a punchline. You can reclaim your voice. You can speak the truth underneath the joke. You can bring the conversation to a deeper place. One where laughter does not come at your expense. You deserve laughter that lifts you. Not laughter that hides you. And the moment you stop laughing for others, you begin laughing with yourself. That is when humor becomes healing again. The rule that creates rebellion. Picture a sign that says "do not touch," and immediately your fingers twitch. You were not even interested before, but now, something inside wants to break the rule. Not out of anger, not out of defiance, but out of curiosity, out of a quiet refusal to be controlled. Rules are everywhere. Some are written, some are silent, some are created by society, others by your family, and many by yourself. These rules are meant to keep order, to protect, to guide. But some rules do not do that. Some rules only create pressure, and pressure always finds a way out. When you are told you cannot feel something, you begin to feel it more. When you are told you cannot do something, it starts to dominate your thoughts. Rebellion is not always loud. It is not always destructive. Sometimes it is just a quiet disobedience, a step outside the line, a refusal to stay in the role you were given. The rule that creates rebellion is the one that does not explain itself. That demands without understanding. That punishes without listening. That expects without care. Children rebel when they are not heard. Adults rebel when they are not seen, and inside every act of rebellion is a message. Not always a request for chaos, often a request for change, for freedom, for dignity. Look at the rules you follow. Are they keeping you safe or just small? Are they shaping your growth or stunting it? Are you obeying because it aligns with your values or because you are afraid of what will happen if you do not? Not all rebellion is wise, but not all obedience is noble. The key is discernment, knowing when a rule is sacred and when it is outdated. You are allowed to question. You are allowed to experiment. You are allowed to find your own rhythm. Rebellion, when rooted in awareness, is not destruction. It is transformation. Do not break rules just to break them. Break them because you have outgrown them, because the life waiting beyond them is more honest than the life inside them. The attention that addicts. Picture a room where every time you speak, someone claps. Every time you show a part of yourself, someone praises it. At first it feels good. You feel seen, you feel important, but then you realize you cannot stop performing because the applause has become a drug, and without it, you feel empty. Attention is not bad. We all need it. We all want to be seen, heard, recognized. But when attention becomes the goal instead of the byproduct, it starts to control you. You begin to shape your life around what will be noticed, what will be liked, what will be shared. You wear what gets compliments, you say what gets agreement, you post what gets reactions, and slowly you stop doing things for yourself. You start doing them for the audience. Attention addiction is quiet. It looks like confidence, but underneath it is hunger. A constant craving for validation, a fear of being invisible, a belief that if no one sees you, you do not exist. The danger is not in wanting attention. It is in needing it to feel whole. Because then, the moment it disappears, you collapse. You question your worth. You forget who you were before the spotlight. To break this addiction, you must return to your center. You must create without expectation, speak without performing, share without needing applause. Let your actions come from meaning, not measurement. Let your voice come from truth, not trends. Let your life be witnessed, but not dependent on the witness. Attention that is earned from authenticity will never drain you. It will only reflect you. But attention that is chased will always leave you thirsty. You are allowed to want to be seen, but do not lose yourself in the process. The deepest presence is the one that exists even when no one is watching. The care that conditions you. Imagine someone giving you love only when you behave, only when you smile, only when you fit their image of who you should be. At first it feels like care, but then you start to notice the pattern. The care disappears when you disappoint, and so you begin to shape yourself to earn it. Again and again, conditional care is subtle. It looks like affection, but it is a transaction. You give them what they want, and in return, they give you approval. You become afraid to show your real needs. You become afraid to fail, because failure means rejection. It means distance. It means silence. This kind of care trains you. Not to grow, but to perform. It tells you that love must be earned, that connection is fragile, that your worth is based on behavior. And even when you leave the people who gave you this message, the pattern stays. You become your own critic. You withhold love from yourself when you fall short. You delay rest. You punish your emotions. You treat your worth like something that must be proven. But care is not supposed to control. Love is not supposed to be a test. Real care holds you when you fail. It stays when you are messy. It sees the whole of you and does not flinch. You are allowed to outgrow conditional love. You are allowed to choose relationships that do not keep score. You are allowed to care for yourself without performance. Relearning love means unlearning fear. It means replacing conditions with compassion, expectations with presence, control with trust. The care that conditions you may have taught you discipline, but it also taught you fear. And now it is time to learn a new way. A way that does not demand perfection. A way that lets you breathe. You do not have to earn your place. You already belong. Not because you are flawless, but because you are real. And realness is always worthy of love. The love that teaches fear. Imagine a child reaching up to hug a parent, eyes full of trust, arms wide open. The parent returns the hug, but only after checking if the child has behaved. Only if they earned it. Only if they followed the rules. The child learns something that day. That love comes with conditions. That love can be given and taken. That love can also hurt. This is the love that teaches fear. It is love with a shadow. It begins beautifully, with care, with attention, with closeness. But somewhere along the way, that love turns into something that must be managed, measured, earned, and fear begins to grow in the space where peace should be. When love becomes a lesson in walking on eggshells, it no longer feels like love. But because it started from a place of connection, the confusion is deep. You still feel drawn to it. You still want it, but you also brace for it. You flinch when it gets too close. You worry when it feels too good, because you have learned that good things can turn quickly, that the same hand that holds you can also pull away. This kind of love is often unintentional. Parents do not always mean to condition love. Partners do not always know they are using affection as a reward. But the nervous system learns regardless, and what it learns is survival, not safety. You start to scan every interaction. Am I being enough? Am I being right? Will they change if I relax? You live in a state of constant performance, not to impress, but to protect. Not to grow, but to not lose what you already have. And it is exhausting, because you are not just loving someone, you are managing the space between love and loss, between warmth and withdrawal, between closeness and control. To heal from this, you must begin by naming it, by allowing yourself to say, "This love made me scared. This love taught me to shrink. This love confused my joy with fear." And then, you begin the gentle work of untangling the two. You remind yourself that love should not keep you guessing. That love does not need to be earned by fear. That love, real love, can hold space without punishing you for being human. The love that teaches fear can leave deep marks, but it also shows you what you are no longer willing to accept. It invites you to unlearn what hurt you and relearn what heals. The question that can't be unasked. Picture someone sitting alone at night, staring at a message they just sent. It was honest, it was raw, and now it is out there, hanging in the air. The question they asked changed everything. They cannot take it back, and they cannot stop thinking about it, because that one moment broke the surface, and once the surface breaks, nothing is ever the same. This is the question that cannot be unasked. It is not always a dramatic one. Sometimes it is as simple as, "Do I really want this?" Or, "What if this is not who I am?" Sometimes it is a question directed outward, and sometimes it is whispered inward. But no matter where it lands, it shifts something deep. Questions have power. They open doors. They pull you out of autopilot. They challenge the stories you have told yourself. And once a question enters your awareness, it stays. Even if you try to bury it, even if you pretend it was never spoken, you might try to go back to how things were. Keep living the same way. Keep loving the same way. But the question changes the texture of everything. It is not just about what you asked. It is about what it revealed. The gap between what is and what could be. These kinds of questions often come with discomfort. They shake your identity. They unsettle your relationships. They call you to be honest in ways you may not be ready for. And yet, they arrive. Not to punish you, but to invite you. To invite you into depth, into truth, into movement. Some people silence the question. They turn up the noise, fill their days, avoid the mirror. But the silence grows louder. The question does not disappear. It just waits. And when life slows down, it whispers again. To face the question is to face change. But it is also to face possibility. To ask something brave is to step towards something real. You may not know the answer right away. You may not like the answer at all. But the asking itself is sacred. The question that cannot be unasked marks a turning point. A quiet rebellion against denial. A moment of contact with your deeper self. You do not need to rush the answer. You just need to stay present. To let the question do its work. Because sometimes questions are not meant to be solved. They are meant to open you. And what opens you frees you. The fear that builds trust. Imagine walking across a narrow bridge high above a river. The wind is strong. The wood creaks. You feel the fear rising in your chest. But someone is walking just ahead of you. They turn, extend a hand, and wait. You reach out. That small act in the middle of fear becomes a bond. Not despite the fear, but because of it. This is the fear that builds trust. It is not loud. It is not obvious. But it is real. Fear creates space for honesty. It strips away performance. It reveals what matters. And when someone meets you in that space, something unshakable begins to form. We often think trust is built through comfort, through ease, through predictability. But often the deepest trust is built through shared fear, through moments of truth under pressure, through being seen when you are not at your best and still being held. Fear is vulnerable. It shows your cracks. It shows your humanity. And when someone stays close in that space, you remember what safety really feels like. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of understanding. This can happen in friendships, in love, in leadership. When someone says, "I do not have all the answers, but I will not leave." When someone says, "I am scared too, but let us keep walking." That is how trust grows. And it works both ways. When you allow others to see your fear without trying to hide it, you give them a chance to connect to the real you. Not the polished you, not the strong you, but the real, breathing, feeling you. Fear does not always mean danger. Sometimes it means depth. Sometimes it means you are at the edge of something meaningful, something sacred. And to trust in that space is to step into a different kind of strength. The fear that builds trust is not about removing fear. It is about moving through it together. About choosing to stay when everything inside you says to run. About knowing that trust is not built in words but in presence. In moments that test your courage and call out your truth. Let fear be a doorway. Let trust walk through it with you. The emotion that lies first. Imagine waking up with a heaviness in your chest. No clear reason. Just a weight. And your mind starts filling in the blanks. Maybe it is because of something someone said. Maybe it is a sign something is wrong. You start rearranging your whole day around this feeling. But what if the feeling itself lied to you? What if it was not the truth, but just the first voice to speak? This is the emotion that lies first. The one that rushes in before the facts, before the reflection, before the context. It feels true. It feels urgent. But it is not always accurate. And if you believe it without question, it will lead you somewhere you do not need to go. Emotions are not bad. They are signals. They are part of your experience. But not all signals tell the truth. Some are echoes of the past. Some are shaped by trauma. Some are simply habits of perception. And they arrive fast. Faster than thought. Faster than reason. You feel rejected, so you assume you are unloved. You feel anxious, so you assume something is wrong. You feel anger, so you assume someone must be blamed. But pause. Ask, is this feeling pointing to the full truth or just its own version? The first emotion is often loud, but there is another voice underneath, a quieter one, the one that speaks after you breathe, after you wait, after you soften. Learning to sit with emotion without obeying it is powerful. It creates space. Space for clarity. Space for choice. Space for a deeper truth to rise. You can say, "I feel this, and also I am more than this. I feel fear, but maybe it is just a wave. I feel sadness, but maybe it is not the whole story. I feel angry, but maybe what I really feel is hurt." The emotion that lies first does not make you weak. It makes you human. But believing every emotion without pause can keep you stuck in patterns that do not serve you. Trust your feelings, but also test them. Let them be guests, not rulers. Let them speak, but not dictate. In doing so, you return to choice. You return to truth. Not the truth of a single emotion, but the full truth of who you are. The silence that feels loud. Imagine sitting beside someone you love. No words are spoken, but the silence between you is not peaceful. It is thick, heavy. You hear everything in that silence, the hesitation, the fear, the things that should have been said, but never were. It is louder than any scream, because silence can carry weight. And sometimes, silence speaks the truth we try to avoid. This is the silence that feels loud, the kind that hums beneath conversations, the kind that fills a room with tension, even when everyone is smiling. It is the silence of held-back feelings, swallowed thoughts, stories that were never told. It is the sound of emotional distance dressed as politeness, the quiet that says more than words ever could. We often think of silence as calm, as stillness, but not all silence is peace. Some silence is avoidance. Some silence is pain. Some silence is fear pretending to be control. You stay quiet because you do not want to start a fight, because you do not know how to say it, because the last time you tried, it did not go well. And so you hold it in. You nod. You carry on. But your body knows. Your heart knows. And the space between you and the other person stretches just a little more. Over time, the silence becomes a wall. Not because anyone built it on purpose, but because no one was willing to break it. And what was once connection becomes performance. What was once closeness becomes distance. And still, no one speaks. But silence is not always the enemy. It can also be a mirror. It reflects where we are afraid, where we feel unseen, where we want to be heard but have forgotten how to speak. To change the silence, you must first listen to it. What does it carry? What does it protect? What is trying to be said without words? And then, with courage, speak. Not to blame, not to fight, but to reconnect. To say, I feel the quiet, and it hurts. I miss us. I miss being real. I miss hearing your truth and sharing mine. The silence that feels loud is not trying to punish you. It is trying to wake you, to show you what matters, to call you back to presence. You are allowed to break the silence. You are allowed to ask, to reveal, to say, this matters to me. And in doing so, the loudness softens, the wall cracks, and connection returns. The choice that isn't a choice. Picture a game where you are told to choose between two paths, but both lead to the same outcome. The signs look different. The language is different, but underneath there is no real difference. You feel like you are choosing. But the result was already decided. This is the choice that isn't a choice. It happens in our lives more often than we realize. We are presented with options, but all of them are shaped by the same fear, the same conditioning, the same system. We are told we are free, but we are acting out a script. You choose to stay silent or speak carefully. Either way, you are protecting someone else's comfort. You choose between two careers, but both are about what others think you should do. You choose to be alone or be with someone who does not see you, but neither path offers what you truly want. These choices exhaust you, because you keep trying to find freedom in places that do not hold it. You keep blaming yourself for the outcome, without realizing the trap was built into the design. Real choice comes from awareness, from stepping back, from asking, who gave me these options? What do they really offer? And what am I afraid to want that no one ever offered me? Sometimes the only real choice is to step out of the setup completely, to name it, to say, I do not accept this game. I want something else, even if it means creating a path from scratch. And that is scary, because false choices feel safe. They give us a sense of control, but control without freedom is just illusion, and illusion keeps you stuck. You are allowed to want more. You are allowed to say, none of these choices are right for me. You are allowed to wait, to search, to build. The choice that is not a choice teaches you to look deeper, to see the strings, to stop blaming yourself for a pattern that was never yours to begin with, and to take your power back, not by choosing what was handed to you, but by creating something new, the praise that makes you perform. Imagine being a child who draws a picture, and an adult says, you are amazing. So you draw another, and another. Each time you wait for the praise. Each time you shape your lines to please them. Over time, you stop drawing for joy. You draw to be seen. This is the praise that makes you perform. It feels like love. It feels like encouragement. But slowly, it turns into pressure, into expectation, into identity. You are not just someone who did well, you are someone who must always do well, and so you learn to perform, to be excellent, to be impressive, to meet the standards, to protect the image. Because the praise made you feel special, and losing it feels like losing yourself. This happens in school, at work, in families. In relationships, you are praised for being strong, so you stop asking for help. Praised for being kind, so you stop expressing anger. Praised for being smart, so you stop admitting you do not know. And it works. People admire you. But inside, you feel tired. You feel unseen. Because the version they love is the one you built for them. Not the whole you. Not the raw you. Not the you who is allowed to stumble. The praise becomes a script, and the fear of losing it becomes a prison. You start living not for truth, but for applause. And the moment the applause fades, you question your worth. But you are more than your performance. You are more than someone else's compliment. You are allowed to fail, to rest, to change. You do not owe anyone a perfect version of yourself. Praise is not bad. It can lift. But when it becomes your oxygen, you start gasping every time it disappears. Let praise be a breeze, not your foundation. You can learn to give yourself praise that does not control. That says, I see you. I love you. Not because you did something, but because you are something. The identity that becomes costume. Picture someone walking into a room full of people they admire. They straighten their shoulders, adjust their words, smile a little wider. They become who they need to be, not because they are fake, but because they have learned to survive by adapting. And slowly, this version becomes familiar, comfortable, respected. But it is a costume. This is the identity that becomes costume. The self that was once authentic, but now is a role. A mask, a curated image. It served a purpose. It protected. It earned love. It kept you safe. But now it is tight. It itches. It hides more than it reveals. You wear the costume because people love it. They respond to it. But deep inside, you feel a disconnect. Like you are performing your own life. Like your real self is somewhere underneath, waiting. It is hard to take off the costume because it gave you so much. Approval, status, connection. But if you keep wearing it, you forget who you are beneath it. And life begins to feel like a stage you cannot step off of. The signs are subtle. You feel exhausted after being around people. You feel unseen even when surrounded. You feel afraid to change because change might confuse those who love the version they know. But identity is not meant to be fixed. It is meant to evolve. You are not here to play one role forever. You are here to unfold, to explore, to become. To do that, you must risk being misunderstood. You must risk letting go of a version of you that others praised. And that is not easy, but it is freeing. You do not need to burn the costume, just loosen it. Remove it piece by piece. Return to your voice, to your weirdness, to your truth. Even if it does not get applause, the identity that becomes costume is not failure. It is a chapter, and you are allowed to write new ones. To be more than what people expect. To be more than what you once needed to be. You are not here to impress. You are here to express. And that is the kind of identity that never needs a mask. The frame that can't be escaped. Imagine living inside a painting. Every edge around you is fixed. Every color has been chosen. Every direction leads you back to the center. No matter how far you walk, you are alive. But the world you live in has already been drawn. That is what it feels like to live inside a frame that you did not choose but now cannot escape. We are all born into frames. Family, culture, gender, history. They tell us what is good, what is expected, what should be admired, what should be avoided. At first, these frames feel like guidance, like structure, like truth. But with time, they begin to shrink the space in which you can breathe. They become walls, silent rules you never agreed to but obey anyway. The hardest frames to escape are the ones you do not see. You just wake up one day and realize that you feel stuck. That no matter how many changes you make, the story feels the same. The doubts, the fears, the pressure. And that is because the frame has not changed. The background of your life is still painted by assumptions that were never yours. You believe you must always be productive. You believe showing weakness makes you unworthy. You believe success looks a certain way. You believe love has to hurt. These beliefs form the frame. And once it is in place, everything you do starts to fit inside it, even your rebellion. You try to break free by doing something wild, by quitting something, by leaving someone. But soon, the same patterns return. Because escape does not happen outside the frame. It happens when you see the frame for what it is, when you name it, when you ask who built it, and why. The frame does not have to be destroyed. It can be expanded. It can be softened. But only if you stop pretending it is invisible. Notice what triggers you. Notice what scares you. Notice what you automatically avoid. These are clues. They point to the shape of the frame. They show you where your life has been unconsciously designed by fear or memory or someone else's voice. And once you see it, you can begin to paint something new. Not to erase the old, but to create space for what has always wanted to emerge. A life that moves without edges. A story that bends toward truth. You are not the painting. You are not even the frame. You are the painter. And you can choose again. The yes that you regret. Picture this. You are in a conversation, and someone asks something of you. You feel a small hesitation inside, a pause, a signal, but then you smile and say yes. And immediately after, you feel the weight, the twist in your stomach, the quiet voice that says you just abandoned yourself. We think regret only comes from mistakes, but sometimes it comes from our politeness. From our inability to say no. From our desire to be liked, to be easy, to be accommodating, and that yes, the one you offered too quickly becomes a seed of resentment. It grows in silence. It changes how you see yourself. Every yes you give without alignment becomes a tiny betrayal. It seems small, a favor, a gesture, but your nervous system remembers. Your boundaries remember, and they start to fade. You begin to wonder why you feel so tired, so unseen, so irritable. But the reason is simple. You said yes when your body said no. It is hard to say no, especially when you were taught that saying no is rude, that it makes you selfish, that it closes doors. But what about the doors you close within yourself every time you agree to something that does not feel right? You are allowed to protect your time, your peace, your truth. Saying no is not rejection. It is direction. It is you choosing what matters most. It is you choosing to live with integrity instead of performance. Regret teaches you where your boundaries need strengthening. It shows you the moments where you abandoned yourself for acceptance, and it gives you a second chance. The next time, pause, listen, feel, and then speak. A true yes is not rushed. It is grounded. It does not come from fear. It comes from clarity. It does not drain you. It energizes you. You will regret some yeses. That is human. But each one is a lesson, not in shame, but in sovereignty. You get to decide where your energy goes. And that is not selfish. That is sacred. The mirror that teaches shame. Imagine standing in front of a mirror that reflects not your body, but your worth. And every time you look, it does not show you your beauty or strength or light. It only points to what is wrong, what is missing, what is not enough. That is what shame feels like. It is a mirror that lies, but it speaks with the voice of truth. Shame is different from guilt. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. And once that idea takes root, it starts to shape your life in ways you do not even notice. You stop trying. You stop speaking. You stop dreaming. Because somewhere along the way, You were shown a reflection of yourself that made you feel small. Maybe it came from childhood, from a parent's criticism, from a teacher's harsh words, from society's impossible standards. Maybe it came from comparison, from watching others be praised while you were passed over. Wherever it came from, shame settles in your bones. It changes how you stand, how you speak, how you show up in rooms. You begin to hide, not physically, but emotionally, spiritually. You wear masks, you play roles, not to deceive, but to survive. The mirror that teaches shame does not break easily, because it feels familiar, safe even. You believe it is helping you improve, but it is not. It is only keeping you quiet. To heal from shame, you must find a new mirror, one that reflects your humanity, not your flaws, one that shows you your wholeness, even when you are hurting, one that says you do not have to be perfect to be worthy. This mirror is not outside of you, it is inside. It grows every time you show yourself kindness, every time you forgive yourself, every time you speak the truth instead of hiding behind silence. You were never meant to live in shame. You were meant to learn, to grow, to unfold. And that journey requires compassion, not correction. The mirror lied. But you do not have to keep believing it. You can walk away. You can see yourself clearly now. And what you see is not broken. It is becoming. The regret that feels noble. Picture someone walking away from an opportunity, not because they were afraid, but because they wanted to do the right thing. And yet, years later, they wonder what could have been. This is not ordinary regret. It is not failure. It is the kind that feels noble. The kind that wears a medal but still weighs heavy. We often make choices that feel selfless, that feel righteous. We put others first. We stay behind to help. We silence our needs so someone else can speak, and the world applauds. It calls us mature, generous, strong. But underneath the praise, there is a quiet ache, a wondering. Did I abandon myself in the name of goodness? Regret that feels noble is hard to face. Because it is wrapped in virtue, it does not look like a mistake. It looks like sacrifice. But even noble regret can be a signal. A sign that you gave too much, that you said yes when your soul was saying no. It is not wrong to help others. But when helping others costs you your voice, your path, your dreams, then it is not help. It is self-erasure. The danger is that you begin to define yourself by how much you give up. You start to believe that being good means being empty, that love means always yielding, that kindness means silence. But real goodness includes you. Real generosity does not require self-neglect. Real maturity is not about swallowing your needs. It is about expressing them with honesty and care. You can learn from noble regret. You can honor what you did without repeating it. You can say, I acted with love, but now I will include myself in that love. Regret is not a punishment. It is a teacher. And when you listen closely, it shows you the balance, the sweet spot between giving and staying whole. Let your past choices remind you, not define you. Let your kindness include your own heart. Let your future be shaped by truth, not performance. You can be good and still say no. You can be loving and still choose yourself. You can be noble without becoming invisible. The trap that looks like freedom. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff. The sky is wide. The wind is strong. Everything says freedom. But when you jump, you realize you were not flying. You were falling, and the fall was dressed like freedom. That is what happens when something looks like liberation but becomes a trap. There are choices that feel free on the surface. Leaving everything behind, doing whatever you want, escaping responsibility, rejecting commitment, saying you owe nothing to anyone, and at first, it feels powerful. You feel untouchable, but with time, you begin to notice the emptiness, the drift, the lack of connection, and you wonder, is this freedom or just avoidance? Real freedom is not about doing anything. It is about doing what matters. It is about aligning your life with your values. It is about depth, not just distance. The trap that looks like freedom is often a reaction, to control, to pain, to disappointment. You break the chains, but you forget to build direction. You run, but you do not know where. Freedom without purpose becomes floating, and floating feels light until it feels lost. You are not free just because you have no rules. You are free when your choices come from clarity, not from fear, when your no means something, when your yes builds something. Look at the things you call freedom. Are they truly giving you life, or are they just moments of escape? You deserve a life that is both open and rooted, that lets you breathe and also belong. The trap ends when you stop chasing freedom as a feeling and start building it as a foundation. You do not have to jump to feel alive. Sometimes, the most freeing thing you can do is stay, and choose, and grow. The smile that demands performance. Imagine being a child and walking into a room full of adults. Someone looks at you and says, "Give us a smile." You do, even if you are not in the mood. Even if you are sad or confused or tired, you smile because it makes people happy, because it avoids questions, because it keeps the room calm. Over time, the smile becomes automatic, not because it reflects your truth, but because it protects your place. This is the smile that demands performance. It is not about joy, it is about survival. It is the trained response of someone who has learned that their emotions must be hidden, that their value is in how comfortable they make others feel. The smile becomes a shield, a mask, a reflex. You wear it even when your heart is heavy, even when your voice is cracking inside. At first, it works. People like you, they call you pleasant, easygoing, strong, but they do not ask deeper questions. They do not see what lives beneath the surface. They see the smile and assume it means everything is fine. And because the world rewards the smile, you keep wearing it. But inside, a quiet tension builds. Because the smile does not carry your truth. It carries your expectation. It carries your fear that if you stop smiling, you will lose love. That if you show your anger or sadness, people will leave. That your pain will make others uncomfortable. So you suppress it, you act, you perform. This performance can become your identity. You are the one who always holds it together, the one who never complains, the one who lightens the room. But when you are alone, the silence feels heavy. Because you have spent so much time being okay for others, you have forgotten how to not be okay with yourself. The smile that demands performance teaches you to disconnect from your body, from your real emotions. You stop checking in with yourself. You check in with the room. Are they okay? Do they need me to be cheerful? Do they need me to hide this part of me? But real strength is not in the performance. It is in the pause. In the moment you choose to show up without the mask. To say, "I am tired today. I am hurting. I need space." And trust that the people who see you will stay. That love does not require you to perform. To unlearn this smile, you must return to your truth. Notice when it shows up. Ask yourself, am I smiling to connect or to protect? Am I expressing or suppressing? You are allowed to feel fully, to cry when you are sad, to be still when you are overwhelmed, to laugh only when it is real. The world may not always know what to do with your realness, but your peace is more important than their comfort. The smile that demands performance can be softened into a smile that invites truth. One that does not hide who you are but expresses it freely. That kind of smile is not a performance. It is a presence. The authority that lives inside. Picture a time when you were told what to do. Maybe as a child, maybe in school, maybe in a relationship. You followed the rules. You played your part. And slowly, the voice that guided you from the outside became one you started hearing from the inside. It sounded like your own, but it was built from other people's expectations. This is the authority that lives inside, the internal voice that tells you what is right, what is wrong, what you should or should not do. It feels like your conscience, but often it is a collection of borrowed voices. Teachers, parents, culture, religion, experiences. Each one leaves a piece of itself in your mind, shaping your decisions. At first, this inner authority seems helpful. It keeps you disciplined, focused, aligned. But over time, you notice that some of the rules do not match your truth. Some of the beliefs cause you guilt instead of guidance. Some of the voices make you afraid to choose differently. You feel a conflict. A part of you wants to take a risk, to explore, to rest. But the inner authority says no. That is not allowed. That is not responsible. That is not who you are supposed to be. And so you hold back. Not because you want to, but because you are obeying a voice you never fully chose. This inner authority can become so familiar that you stop questioning it. You think it is you, but it is not always you. It is a version of you created to be accepted, to be safe, to be approved of. To reclaim your freedom, you must meet this voice with curiosity. Ask it, where did you come from? Who taught me this? Why do I believe it? You begin to separate what you were taught from what you truly believe, what you inherited from what you now choose. And slowly, a new authority begins to rise. One rooted not in fear, but in alignment. One that honors your values, not just your conditioning. The authority that lives inside does not need to disappear. It just needs to evolve, to move from control to clarity, from punishment to presence, from command to guidance. You are allowed to change your rules, to rewrite your story, to become your own guide. That is not rebellion. That is maturity. That is healing. The belief that rejects reality. Imagine standing in front of a beautiful landscape, but wearing glasses that turn everything gray. You can hear people saying how beautiful it is. You want to believe them, but all you see is dullness. And after a while, you stop trying to see differently. You start believing the gray is real. This is the belief that rejects reality. It is not built on truth. It is built on pain, on fear, on repetition. A belief that formed when something broke, when someone left, when something failed. And now, that belief shapes everything you see. You believe you are not enough. So no matter how much love you are given, you question it. You believe people cannot be trusted. So even when someone is loyal, you look for the flaw. You believe you will always be rejected. So you reject yourself first. These beliefs become lenses, filters. They color every experience, and because you keep seeing through them, you think they are facts. But they are not. They are interpretations. Old conclusions that were never updated. And here is the trap. The more you believe them, the more you act in ways that confirm them. You sabotage connections. You dismiss compliments. You avoid chances. And life starts to mirror your belief. Not because it is true, but because it was repeated. To challenge this, you must first notice the pattern. When do you assume the worst? When do you doubt the good? When do you dismiss your wins? Then ask, what belief is behind this? And where did it come from? You cannot change a belief by force. You change it by curiosity, by allowing new evidence in, by choosing to see clearly even when it is uncomfortable. Reality is not always perfect, but it is often kinder than your belief about it. And the more you soften your grip on the old story, the more space you create for a new one. The belief that rejects reality can be unlearned, not overnight, but gradually, with practice, with patience, with truth. You are not your belief. You are the one who can rewrite it. The habit that writes identity. Picture someone who wakes up at the same time every day, ties their shoes in the same pattern, walks the same route, greets the same people with the same tone. It looks simple, ordinary, repetitive. But over time, those habits begin to shape how they see themselves. They begin to believe they are disciplined, or reliable, or invisible. Not because they chose that identity, but because they lived it, one small action at a time. This is the habit that writes identity. Not the big life choices, not the moments of glory, but the quiet repetitions, the invisible routines, the thoughts you think without noticing, the ways you react before you reflect. Every habit carries a story, and the story slowly becomes a name. You think you are someone who always avoids conflict. But really, that started as a habit of staying quiet to keep peace. You think you are lazy, but maybe that began as a habit of pausing when things felt overwhelming. You think you are not creative. But maybe you just formed a habit of comparing instead of expressing. Habits are not just actions. They are messages. They say, "This is what matters. This is who I am." And the more you repeat them, the deeper they sink into your self-image. Until one day, you do not remember where the habit ends and you begin. But the beauty is this: habits can be changed. And when you change them, your identity shifts too. You do not have to wait for a transformation. You start small. One choice, one moment, one interruption in the old pattern. You wake up and move your body, not to become fit, but to remind yourself you are someone who takes care of themselves. You speak one small truth, not to fix a relationship, but to remind yourself that your voice matters. You show up for 5 minutes of your dream project, not to finish it today, but to tell your brain, this is who we are now. You do not become yourself all at once. You become through practice, through rhythm, through attention. Let your habits be shaped by who you want to be, not who you used to be. The habit that writes identity is not permanent. It is just the version of you you have rehearsed the most. You can begin a new rehearsal, a new rhythm, a new story. And in time, that story becomes your truth, the emotion that is borrowed. Imagine sitting in a room with someone who is angry, not at you, not about you, but the energy in the room changes. You feel your chest tighten, you become alert, you start shrinking, and hours later, you are still carrying something that never belonged to you. This is the emotion that is borrowed. It is not yours, but you feel it anyway, because emotions are contagious. They pass between people like invisible waves. They shape the air, they shape the tone, and if you are sensitive, you often absorb them without knowing. You walk into a room where someone is anxious, and you start to feel restless. You speak with someone who is grieving, and suddenly you feel heavy. You watch a video, read a post, hear a story, and it lingers in your body like smoke. But none of it was yours to begin with. This becomes more complicated when borrowed emotions become part of your identity. You grow up around anger, so you believe you are angry. You grow up around fear, so you believe the world is dangerous. You are praised for being cheerful, so you keep smiling, even when sadness is what you really feel. You learn to mirror, to match, to manage the emotional temperature of others, and in doing so, you lose track of what is truly yours. To return to yourself, you must pause and ask, is this mine? This sadness? This pressure? This worry? Where did it start? Who did it come from? What would I feel if I were alone right now? This is not about rejection, not about closing off from others. It is about boundaries, about awareness, about knowing when you are feeling with someone, and when you are feeling for them so much that you forget yourself. You are allowed to be present without absorbing, to care without carrying, to feel without fusing. You can witness someone's pain without making it your own. And when you do feel something deeply, take time to sit with it. Listen. Ask what it wants to tell you. Let it rise and fall, because your emotions are valid, even the ones that come from somewhere else. But they do not have to define you. The emotion that is borrowed can be released, with breath, with stillness, with honesty. You are not required to carry every weight that passes by. Some feelings are just clouds passing through. And you are the sky. Wide, clear, holding space but never needing to hold on. The performance that feels natural. Picture someone who walks into every room knowing how to be. They know when to laugh, when to speak, when to listen. They are not faking it. They have just done it for so long that it feels real, comfortable, automatic. It does not feel like a performance, but it is. This is the performance that feels natural. It is the way we shape ourselves over time to meet the world. It is not dishonest. It is adaptive. It is learned through reward and rejection, through watching others, through understanding what works and what does not. You become the dependable one, the smart one, the funny one, the agreeable one, and you are good at it. So good that you forget there was ever another version of you underneath, the one who was quieter, or louder, or messier, or softer. The performance becomes your second skin, and because it helps you navigate life, you keep it. But then something strange happens. You start to wonder why you feel tired, why connection feels thin, why your joy feels incomplete. Because when you perform too long, you begin to live for reaction instead of expression. You begin to anticipate instead of feel. You begin to please instead of belong. And the hardest part is that no one else sees the performance. Because it looks so natural. They think it is you. They love you for it. But you start to feel the distance between who they see and who you really are. To return to yourself, you must begin by noticing. When do you shift? When do you adjust? When do you play the role instead of just being? And then, practice not performing. Say what you really think, even if it confuses people. Rest when you feel tired, not when it is convenient. Let your laugh be too loud. Let your silence be honest. It will feel strange, awkward, exposed. But that is how you know you are not performing. You are just being. The performance that feels natural is not bad. It kept you safe. It brought you connection. But now, you are ready for something deeper. A life that feels like home, not a stage. A voice that speaks without a script. A self that does not need to be earned. You are not here to be impressive. You are here to be real. Let the performance end. Let your truth begin. The reaction that is predicted. Imagine someone pressing a button and knowing exactly what will happen next. A light flickers. A door opens. A person flinches. That is how some people learn to interact with the world. They press buttons, not out of curiosity, but because they know they will get a reaction. And sometimes, that reaction is yours. We live in a world of reactions. We get angry when insulted. We feel jealous when overlooked. We become defensive when criticized. And while all of this feels personal, much of it is not. Much of it is predictable, learned, programmed, conditioned over years of reward and punishment. From the time we are young, we are trained to react. Someone yells, and we freeze. Someone praises us, and we smile. We learn the rules of emotion not as something to understand, but something to perform. We do not ask why we react, we just do. And the people around us learn the pattern. They know what to say to trigger you. They know what to withhold to control you. The reaction that is predicted is not yours. It is borrowed. It is built. It is shaped by the expectations of others. And if you are not careful, your entire personality becomes a sequence of rehearsed responses. You believe you are making choices, but really you are responding to cues. Your buttons are being pushed, and your reactions are not expressions. They are reflexes. To break this loop, you must interrupt the script. You must catch yourself in the moment between stimulus and response. You must pause and ask, is this reaction mine? Or is it something I was taught to give? Awareness creates space, and in that space, you can choose differently. You can respond with curiosity instead of anger, with silence instead of noise, with softness instead of defense. It is not about becoming passive. It is about becoming free, free from being predictable, free from being controlled, free from being a puppet to your past. You are not here to be someone's button. You are here to be present, to act, not just react, to create, not just repeat. Your power is not in being right. It is in being aware. And that awareness is what makes you unpredictable, untouchable, and finally, real. The fear that excites you, picture standing on the edge of a cliff. The wind is loud, the drop is deep, your heart races. You feel fear, but it is not the kind that tells you to run. It is the kind that draws you in. That sharpens your senses. That makes you feel more alive than ever. We often think of fear as something bad, something to avoid, something that signals danger. And sometimes, that is true. Fear protects us. It keeps us safe. But not all fear is warning. Some fear is invitation. It is the feeling you get before you grow, before you leap, before you become someone you have never been before. This kind of fear feels like excitement. It lives in the same place in the body. It races the heart. It fills the lungs. It wakes you up. And the only thing that separates the fear that paralyzes you from the fear that excites you is how you interpret it. You fear speaking on stage, but something inside wants to be heard. You fear starting something new, but something inside craves the unknown. You fear being vulnerable, but something inside longs for connection. Fear is not the enemy. It is a compass. It shows you where your edges are. And growth only happens at the edge. The danger is not in feeling fear. It is in running from it every time. Because then, your world gets smaller. Your choices become safer. Your life becomes predictable. But when you lean into fear, when you stay with it long enough to feel the truth underneath, something opens. You realize that fear is not a stop sign. It is a doorway. You are allowed to be afraid, but you are also allowed to keep going, to step in, to feel the fear and not be owned by it. The fear that excites you is not a trick. It is a signal. It says this matters. It says you care. It says there is something here for you if you are willing to reach for it. Do not wait for fear to leave. It may never leave. Walk with it. Let it guide you. Let it challenge you. Let it remind you that you are alive. And in that aliveness, you will find something greater than comfort. You will find yourself. The suggestion that feels like thought. Picture someone whispering an idea in your ear while you sleep. You wake up and the thought is there. Clear, persistent, but you do not remember where it came from. And so, you believe it is yours. This is how suggestion works. It slides in quietly. Through advertising, through social media, through conversations, through culture, and before you know it, you are thinking thoughts that were planted, not born. You believe you need to look a certain way. You believe success means a certain number. You believe happiness is in the next achievement. These thoughts feel natural, obvious, true, but many of them are not truth. They are repetition. And repetition has a way of sounding like wisdom. We do not always question our thoughts. We trust them because they are ours. But not all thoughts are invitations. Some are intrusions. Some are ideas that have been passed down for so long that no one remembers the source. You think you want that car, that body, that lifestyle. But maybe what you really want is peace, or rest, or to feel seen. But suggestion turns your real desire into a commercial version, and suddenly you chase what you never truly wanted. The suggestion that feels like thought is subtle. It does not shout. It whispers. It blends in. And that is why it is powerful. To reclaim your mind, you must become a witness, not a believer. You must ask, where did this thought come from? Who benefits from me thinking this way? Does this thought bring me closer to myself, or pull me further away? You are not your thoughts. You are the one who notices them. The one who can let them go. The one who can choose what stays and what leaves. Not every thought deserves your belief. Some deserve your awareness. And with that awareness, you begin to think again. Not from conditioning, but from clarity. This is how freedom begins. Not by escaping your mind, but by making it yours again. The trap that is celebrated. Imagine a room filled with applause. People are cheering. Lights are flashing, and you are at the center, smiling. But deep down, you feel empty. Because the thing they are celebrating is not who you are. It is the version of you that fits their idea of success. We live in a world that celebrates traps. Overwork is praised. Perfection is admired. Sacrifice is romanticized. And before you realize it, you are chasing validation in places that drain you. You get the promotion, the title, the followers, but you feel more anxious, more isolated, more numb. Because the celebration is real, but the joy is not. The trap that is celebrated is the one that makes you perform, that turns your life into a stage. That makes you forget what you actually want, because you are too busy being what others applaud. It is easy to confuse approval with alignment. But not every cheer is encouragement. Some are conditioning, and some are pressure wrapped in praise. You begin to tie your worth to your output, your identity to your image, your happiness to your performance. And slowly, your soul goes quiet. To escape this trap, you must disappoint the audience. You must walk off the stage. You must ask yourself, what do I want when no one is watching? What makes me feel whole, even without applause? It will be uncomfortable. People may not understand, but your piece is worth more than their praise. You do not have to prove anything. You do not have to earn rest. You do not have to be celebrated to be real. Step out of the spotlight, into your own light, the kind that does not need to be seen to shine, the reward that feels empty. Picture working for something for years. A goal, a dream, a milestone. You finally reach it. People congratulate you, but inside there is silence, no joy, no relief. Just a quiet question. Was this it? This is the reward that feels empty. It is not a failure. It is not a mistake. It is a reminder that not all goals are yours, that not all achievements bring fulfillment, that sometimes the chase was more real than the catch. We are told what to value: money, status, recognition, and we believe that reaching these things will bring happiness. But happiness is not a result. It is a relationship with yourself, with your path, with your truth. When the reward is empty, it does not mean you are broken. It means you were chasing something that did not belong to your soul. Maybe you were doing it to make someone proud, maybe to prove something, maybe to escape something. But now that you have it, the illusion fades. You are allowed to feel disappointed. You are allowed to grieve the dream. You are allowed to change direction. Fulfillment comes not from the finish line, but from the alignment along the way, from living with presence, from doing what matters even when no one claps. Do not fear the emptiness. Let it guide you. Let it show you what really fills you, what really lights you up. You are not here to chase rewards. You are here to live deeply, to connect, to create, to become. Let go of what looks good. Hold on to what feels real. That is the only reward worth chasing. The love that demands pain. Picture a love that wraps you tight, that holds you close, that says it will never leave, but also asks you to give up parts of yourself, to shrink, to stay silent, to hurt, all in the name of connection. This is the love that demands pain. It is not always cruel. Sometimes it is warm, familiar. It says it cares, but it keeps score. It asks for sacrifice without giving space. It makes you feel responsible for its survival. You stay because you believe that love is supposed to be hard, that it means staying no matter what, that hurting is proof of caring. But love that demands pain is not love. It is fear. It is control. It is trauma dressed in intimacy. Real love does not punish. It does not silence. It does not require you to bleed to be worthy. You do not have to earn love. You do not have to suffer to keep it. You do not have to give up your voice to feel seen. It is okay to want love, but not all love is safe, and not all closeness is connection. You are allowed to walk away from what hurts, even if it once healed, even if it feels familiar, even if they say you are giving up. You are not giving up. You are waking up. You are remembering that love should feel like freedom, not fear. You deserve softness, presence, kindness, the kind of love that holds you without hurting you. And if you have to choose between pain and peace, choose peace. Even if it is quiet, even if it is unfamiliar, because real love will meet you there. It always does. The agreement that hides control. Picture this. You are in a conversation, and someone asks, "Can we just agree on this?" It sounds simple, peaceful, even respectful. And so you nod. You say yes. You go along. But something inside you feels a little tight, a little silenced. Because what was presented as agreement was actually a demand. And what felt like unity was a quiet surrender. Control does not always come with shouting. Sometimes it comes with soft words. Sometimes it comes wrapped in politeness, in shared values, in agreements that were never really negotiated. And this is the kind of control that stays hidden, because it looks like harmony on the surface. We agree to keep the peace. We agree to avoid conflict. We agree to meet expectations. But we rarely stop to ask, did I actually choose this? Or was I just afraid to say no? The agreement that hides control is not always about power. Sometimes it is about fear. The fear of being abandoned. The fear of being misunderstood. The fear of being seen as difficult. And so we go along. We adjust. We perform agreement even when our hearts feel otherwise. You start saying yes to things you never questioned. You start accepting dynamics that make you small. And you start confusing compliance with connection. But real agreement requires freedom. It requires the ability to say no without consequence. It requires space for honesty, even when it disrupts the flow. To uncover hidden control, you must get curious about your own consent. Are you agreeing to this because it reflects your truth, or because it feels easier than the alternative? Sometimes the agreement was inherited, a family expectation, a cultural script, a relationship role. It was never named out loud, but you still live by it. And every day, it shapes your choices. You are allowed to revisit the agreement. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to bring your voice back into the conversation. Control only thrives in silence. But the moment you begin to question, to speak, to name what has gone unnamed, the dynamic shifts. Freedom does not always look like rebellion. Sometimes it looks like a quiet, firm no. Sometimes it looks like asking, what do I want? Even if it upsets the balance. Let your agreements be conscious. Let them reflect your truth, not your fear. That is how control loses its disguise, and choice returns to its rightful place. The norm that silences dissent. Picture a room full of people all nodding in agreement. The topic shifts. The tone stays pleasant. No one interrupts. No one questions, and you feel a strange pressure in your chest. Not because you disagree loudly, but because your silence feels forced. That is what norms do. They create invisible rules for how far you are allowed to think out loud. Society runs on norms. They are shortcuts, agreements that help us navigate life. They tell us what is polite, what is acceptable, what is expected. But sometimes, norms do not just guide us, they trap us. They make questioning feel like betrayal. They make dissent feel like danger. You may not even realize it is happening. You just start shrinking your opinions, softening your tone. You leave out the uncomfortable parts. Not because you lack conviction, but because you fear rejection. The norm that silences dissent is subtle. It does not punish you openly. It just creates an atmosphere where going against the grain feels lonely, where being the one who raises their hand feels risky. Over time, you begin to internalize the rule. You start editing your thoughts before you speak. You nod even when you are uncertain. You agree even when you feel resistance. And slowly, you lose touch with your own edge. But the edge is where change lives, where innovation begins, where truth starts to surface. Without dissent, everything becomes flat, safe, predictable, and deeply unalive. To break the silence, you do not need to shout. You just need to speak, to say what is real, to offer a different lens, even if it trembles. You are not here to be agreeable. You are here to be awake. And sometimes, being awake means making others uncomfortable. Not to provoke, but to invite something deeper. Ask yourself, what am I not saying? What am I holding back in order to stay inside the norm? And is it worth the cost? You deserve spaces that welcome your full voice. But even if those spaces do not exist yet, you can be the one who creates them. By being honest, by being clear, by being unapologetically thoughtful. Dissent is not division. It is a form of devotion. To truth, to depth, to growth. Speak it. Let it breathe. Let it reshape what was never working to begin with. The frame that distorts intention. Picture two people having a conversation. One says something ordinary, something neutral, but the other hears it through a different filter. They hear it as an attack, as disrespect, as dismissal. Not because of what was said, but because of the frame through which it was heard. Every person sees the world through a frame. That frame is built from memory, from trauma, from stories, from belief. It is not just what you see. It is how you interpret what you see. And once the frame is in place, everything that enters is shaped by it. You try to express love, but it is received as control. You offer help, but it is taken as judgment. You share a thought, but it is heard as a challenge. And confusion follows, not because either person is wrong, but because the frames are different. The frame that distorts intention makes connection difficult. It creates misfires. It turns honesty into conflict. It turns care into criticism. You begin to feel misunderstood, or worse, like you are always doing something wrong. And that tension starts to affect how you show up. You pull back. You stop sharing. You become cautious, not out of clarity, but out of fear of being misread again. But intention lives in your heart, and interpretation lives in someone else's frame. And between those two lies a gap, a space where patience and presence are required. You cannot control how someone receives you, but you can clarify. You can ask, "What did you hear me say?" You can reflect, "What were you hoping I meant?" And you can offer, "Here is what I truly meant." To soften the frame, you must first notice it. In yourself. In others. You must ask, is this reaction about the present moment or about a past moment that feels similar? You do not need to destroy your frame. You just need to hold it lightly. To make space for other interpretations. To be willing to update the lens. Communication is not just speaking. It is aligning frames. It is choosing to listen not only to words, but to what the other person is afraid you might mean. When frames soften, connection becomes possible. Not perfect, but real. And realness is worth the effort it takes to see beyond your own view. The trap you defend. Picture someone sitting in a cage with the door wide open. A passerby says you can leave, and the person replies, "I know, but this is where I feel safe." That is what happens when the trap becomes familiar. You do not just live in it, you begin to defend it. The mind will protect what it knows, even if what it knows is painful, even if the pattern drains you, even if the belief keeps you small. Because what is familiar feels safe. And safety, even if it comes with suffering, is hard to leave behind. You tell yourself the job is fine. The relationship is manageable. The habit is not that bad. And any suggestion to change it is met with resistance. Not because you love the trap, but because it is yours, it is known. And the unknown feels more threatening than the discomfort you have grown used to. The trap you defend often hides behind logic. You say you are being realistic, practical, loyal, but deep down, there is a fear that if you let go of this, you will lose something, or that you will have to face the parts of yourself that you have kept hidden behind the trap. Freedom feels like risk, because it requires you to give up your excuses, your shield, your reasons for why you cannot. But your life is waiting on the other side of what you are defending. The expansion, the breath, the lightness. It is there. But first, you have to stop arguing for your limitation. Ask yourself, what am I protecting that no longer serves me? What am I defending that quietly drains me? And what would it take to let the door stay open and finally walk through it? You do not have to leap. You just have to be honest. You just have to admit, maybe I do not need this trap anymore. Maybe I am ready. Defensiveness is not always strength. Sometimes it is a cry for clarity. Let the truth in. Let the door open wider. Let yourself walk, even if you are shaking. You are allowed to outgrow what once held you. You are allowed to leave the cage behind, even if you built it. The mind that rewrites you. Picture someone reading a story out loud. The pages are turning, the voice is steady, but slowly the words begin to shift. Small changes, a phrase here, a sentence there. By the end of the story, it is no longer what was written. It is what was remembered, or rather, what the mind chose to remember. Your mind does not just store your experiences, it edits them. It rewrites, it reorganizes. It adds emotion to facts and meaning to moments. And over time, the story you tell yourself about who you are becomes less about what happened and more about how you interpreted what happened. You begin to believe that you are not capable, that you always mess things up, that you are too much or not enough. Not because those things are true, but because your mind repeated them so many times that they became the script. You forget the times you were brave, the moments you succeeded, the love you gave. Because the mind is more interested in protecting you than celebrating you. It focuses on pain, on risk, on threat. It wants to keep you safe, even if it means keeping you small. And so it rewrites. It says, do not try again. Do not trust them. Do not speak up. It frames your past in a way that makes your future look dangerous. But you are not your thoughts. You are the one who hears them. And you have the power to pause, to ask, is this true? Is this kind? Is this helpful? You can become the new narrator, the one who remembers with compassion, the one who updates the story not with lies but with balance. Your mind is powerful, but it is not always accurate. You must teach it to see you clearly, to include your strength, your growth, your joy. This is not about pretending everything is perfect. It is about telling the whole truth, about who you are, about what you have survived, about where you are going. Let the old story soften. Let the new story rise. Not from fantasy, but from your own steady reclaiming of who you truly are. You are not broken. You are becoming. And the pen is in your hand now. And that's Ithop, you're in peace. Just consider subscribing, because sleep matters. Just then, stress scatters and nothing else matters, right? Peace out.